Hunter wanted $5 million of those funds to go to himself and his family. So he wanted the funds wired directly to an entity affiliated with him. I objected because that was contrary to our written agreements concerning Sinohawk. He said, referring to the chairman, his father, that CFC was really investing in the Biden family, that he held the Trump card, and that he was the one putting his family legacy on the line. He also said to me on May 17th, 2017, that CFC wanted to be my partner, to be partner with the Bidens. During these negotiations, I repeated to Hunter and others that Sinohawk could not be Hunter's personal piggy bank. And I demanded that proper corporate governance procedures be implemented for capital distributions. Hunter became very upset with me. CFC through July 2017 was assuring me the funds would be transferred to Sinohawk, but they were never sent to our company. Instead, I found out from Senator Johnson's September report that the $5 million was sent in August 2017 to entities affiliated with Hunter. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the Senate committee members concerning this matter, and I will be providing to the FBI the devices which contain the evidence corroborating what I have said. So I will not be taking any questions at this time. I will not be taking questions at this time.
We're going to ask them anyway. Can you tell us a little bit more about this evidence that you're giving to the FBI?
The evidence sits on these 3 phones. I don't want to go into anything any further. This will all be discussed with Senator Johnson and his committee, and the American people can decide what's fact.
Who paid for you to be here? Who paid for your expenses to be here?
Thank you.
Who invited you and paid for your travel, sir?
I paid for my...
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in death.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. With more than 47 million Americans who have already cast their ballot as of this afternoon in this election, Donald Trump and Joe Biden have a lot fewer would-be voters to even try to win over tonight. And with the president trailing in most polls, he has to appeal tonight to voters who have not yet sent their ballots in or decided to vote yet. It's a small segment of folks that claim they're undecided. So how are they going to vote? Our reporter spoke with 2 groups of undecided voters, black women and suburban women, to see what they'll be watching for tonight. I'll start with MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing in Atlanta. And Chris, again, these are voters that claim they're undecided. And a lot of us, there's a lot of folks, when you look at the numbers, you're like, really? Are there this many undecideds? But we'll find out.
Yeah, they bristle at the idea that they're not undecided, that they're somehow making it up. But they're not undecided between Trump and Biden. 30-something black women are not voting for Donald Trump. No way, no how. The question is, will they vote for Biden? Will they write in someone else? Or will they simply not vote for president? Look, they are tired of what they see as a Democratic Party that takes black women voters for granted. So here's what they told me about how they're feeling right now about the party as a whole and Joe Biden in particular. Take a listen.
It's like a bad relationship. Yes. When you keep telling your boyfriend, hey, I like flowers on Fridays. And he said, I'll buy you flowers on Fridays. Yeah. Every Friday, there's no flowers.
What flowers do you need delivered to you at the debate?
I don't want to hear if this or if that or after the election.
You need to discuss the wealth gap. We need to discuss why we are discriminated when we go to buy a home. Why are we getting these higher mortgage rates?
Me not voting for Biden is not a vote for Trump. It's me saying, hey, Biden, I want you to do more.
We're all going to watch the debate together. What are you looking for?
When Trump is hammering you, don't try to play it cool because you're not cool.
So you want to see him more aggressive tomorrow.
You have to be.
It's a debate. He had facts that he could have thrown out there when Trump said that it was nothing happening at the
Were you
at the
talking on
rallies?
television?
Oh, everyone was.
I was yelling at
Man,
mine.
what? I was going up to the
screaming.
screen like, bruh.
What are you doing?
Because when he
Say
said something about, when he
something.
said nobody has been affected from any of the rallies, I'm like, I know Herman Cain is looking over like, oh, really?
You need to speak because you're going up against Trump. Trump is going to talk all over you,
And he
whether
has
his
a
facts are wrong or right.
You think he's going to talk over the mute button?
Of course he is.
You're going to see his mouth still moving.
They want aggressive Biden. They
Yep.
want focused Biden. The stage is set back there. They're about to arrive. Look, they said it could be a large determining factor for them tonight. And a place like Georgia that Trump won in 2016 by 5 points and is now dead even. These are the kind of voters that are going to make a difference, Chuck. Whether or not people actually believe they're undecided, I tell you, after
Good evening. My name is Tony Bobulinski. I served as a lieutenant in the United States Navy with high security clearance. My father and grandfather both served for decades in our country's armed forces. Since leaving the Navy, I've been involved in various successful businesses, both in this country and abroad. I'm making this statement to set the record straight about the involvement of the Biden family, Vice President Biden, his brother Jim Biden, and his son Hunter Biden in dealings with the Chinese. I have heard Joe Biden say that he's never discussed business with Hunter. That is false. I have firsthand knowledge about this because I directly dealt with the Biden family, including Joe Biden. I have also heard that Vice President Biden said on Tuesday that Senator Ron Johnson, the chair of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, should be ashamed for suggesting that Biden family sought to profit from their name. Well, here are the facts I know, and everything I'm saying is corroborated by emails, WhatsApp chats, agreements, documents, and other evidence. And the American people can judge for themselves. I brought, I guess, for record, 3 phones that spanned the years 2015 through 2018. These phones have never been held by anybody else besides myself. I was told this past Sunday by somebody who was also involved in this matter that if I went public this information, it would bury all of us, man. The Bidens included. I have no wish to bury anyone. I've never been political. The few contributions I have made have been to Democrats. But what I am is a patriot and a veteran. To protect my family name and my business reputation, I need to ensure that the true facts are out there. In late 2015, I was approached by James Gilliar, whom I had known for many years, about joining him in a deal which he said would involve the Chinese state-owned enterprise CEFC China Energy and what he called one of the most prominent families in the United States. I was informed first by Gilliar and then by Hunter Biden and by Rob Walker, who was working with the Bidens, that the Bidens wanted to form a new entity with CFC, which was to invest in infrastructure, real estate, and technology in the U.S. and around the world. And the entity would initially be capitalized with $10 million and then grow to billions of dollars of investment capital. After months of discussion, I agreed at Gilliar and Hunter Biden's request to become CEO of the entity to be called Sinohawk. Sino representing the Chinese side, Hawk representing Hunter Biden's brother Beau's favorite animal. And between February and May 2017, we exchanged numerous emails, documents, and WhatsApp messages concerning Sinohawk and its potential business. On May 2nd, 2017, the night before Joe Biden was to appear at the Milken Conference, I was introduced to Joe Biden by Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. At my approximately hour-long meeting with Joe that night, we discussed the Biden's history, the Biden's family business plans with the Chinese, with which he was plainly familiar, at least at a high level. After that meeting, I had numerous communications with Hunter, Walker, Gilliar and Jim Biden regarding the allocation of the equity ownership of Sinohawk. On May 13, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity, which says 10% held by H for the big guy. In that email, there's no question that H stands for Hunter, big guy for his father, Joe Biden, and Jim for Jim Biden. In fact, Hunter often referred to his father as the big guy or my chairman. On numerous occasions, it was made clear to me that Joe Biden's involvement was not to be mentioned in writing, but only face-to-face. In fact, I was advised by Gilliar and Walker that Hunter and Jim Biden were paranoid about keeping Joe Biden's involvement secret. I also had a disagreement with Hunter about the funds CFC was contributing to Sinohawk. Hunter wanted $5 million of those funds to go to himself and his family, so he wanted the funds wired directly to an entity affiliated with him. I objected because that was contrary to our written agreements concerning Sinohawk. He said, referring to the chairman, his father, that CFC was really investing in the Biden family, that he held the Trump card, and that he was the one putting his family legacy on the line. He also said to me on May 17th, 2017, that CFC wanted to be my partner, to be partner with the Bidens. During these negotiations, I repeated to Hunter and others that Sinohawk could not be Hunter's personal piggy bank, and I demanded that proper corporate governance procedures be implemented for capital distributions. Hunter became very upset with me. CFC through July 2017 was assuring me the funds would be transferred to Sinohawk, but they were never sent to our company. Instead, I found out from Senator Johnson's September report that the $5 million was sent in August 2017 to entities affiliated with Hunter. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the Senate committee members concerning this matter, and I will be providing to the FBI the devices which contain the evidence corroborating what I have said. So I will not be taking any questions at this time. I will not be taking questions at this time.
We're going to ask them anyway. Can you tell us a little bit more about this evidence that you're giving to the FBI?
The evidence sits on these 3 phones. I don't want to go into anything any further. This will all be discussed with Senator Johnson and his committee, and the American people can decide what's fact.
Who paid for you to be here? Who paid for your expenses to be here?
Thank you.
Who invited you and paid for your travel, sir?
I paid for myself.
You know, be more emphatic, particularly when thinking about that South Florida Latino voter that right now hates the S word. Does he need to be more direct on some of these other issue things, for instance, whether it's Green New Deal or sort of shows some distance from the progressive left?
Well, so here's the thing. I'm left of center. I'm left of Joe Biden. But I feel really strongly that he is going to be a solid president, even if that means that he's traveling in the middle. And so I think that what some people need to hear from Joe Biden is they need to hear who he is, and they need to hear more about him, because the Joe Biden that I've known for 30 years is not on the left where I am. But the Joe Biden that I know is, builds relationships, figures out the right compromise, is willing to go for good policy that doesn't blow up the whole shebang. And so I think he has to convey that tonight, and he's got to get a word in edgewise. And I'm not really convinced that, mute or not, the president of the United States is going to allow that to happen.
Well, and in some ways, that's probably not the worst result if you're Joe Biden. If Donald Trump's going to disrupt the debate, we saw how well that worked for him the last time. Carlos, at this time in October of 2016, you were on the ballot, you were campaigning. Give me the feel on the ground today in Florida 26, where you live, and the feeling on the ground you had in October of 2016 in Florida 26.
Well, it's interesting, Chuck, because just a couple months ago, the president was doing really well in Hispanic South Florida. There are a couple districts down here, southern Miami-Dade County area you grew up in, and the president had really, compared to his 2016 numbers, which were atrocious, he was competitive. He had a chance of actually beating Joe Biden in these districts. After that first debate, the president started losing support. A lot of those first-generation, second-generation Hispanic voters, people under 50, really lost faith and trust in him because he was such a mess during that debate and so disrespectful. So tonight is an opportunity for him. He might be able to win back some of those voters, but it's going to be difficult because it's getting late and because we know the president's nature.
Carlos Curbelo, Donna Edwards, you guys are terrific. I appreciate both of you for sharing your perspectives tonight. Up ahead, the dramatic political shift in Arizona. That state is now in play for Democrats, but it's still one that Trump is counting on to get him to that all-important 270 mark. But first, let's go on a trip back to 2012 when President Barack Obama gave Mitt Romney a brief lesson on military technology.
I think Governor Romney maybe hasn't spent enough time looking at how our military works. You mentioned the Navy, for example, and that we have fewer ships than we did in 1916. Well, Governor, we also have fewer horses and bayonets because the nature of our military has changed. We have these things called aircraft carriers where planes land on them. We have these ships that go underwater, nuclear submarines.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back in the key battleground state of Arizona. Ballot counting is already underway. It's one of several states that actually starts tabulating votes before Election Day. It's pretty important if you want to find out which way this race is going on Election night. More than 1 million people, by the way, have already voted in the state of Arizona. It's a number that is already 97% higher than this time in 2016. Yeah, we have a lot of those incredible 97%, 105%, things like that with early voting this year. Of the ballots already turned in, nearly half are from registered Democrats. If this trend holds, Arizona could vote blue in a presidential election for the first time since 1996. Our own Vaughn Hilliard joins me now from the campus of Arizona State University, where the first on-campus early voting center opened today. Vaughn, the numbers keep coming in, but let me ask you this. What do Republicans tell you is the moment we should start looking for the Republican surge, because it happens?
Exactly. We're 12 days away, Chuck, and I was just talking with the top GOP consultant earlier here, and we were starting to look through some of these data numbers here. And right now, in the state of Arizona, specifically here in Maricopa County, which is the greater Phoenix area, sort of as you call it, America's suburb, where you're looking at was a longtime Republican advantage, but suddenly it's the Democrats that are not only increasing their turnout, but particularly of interest is the fact that about 43% of Maricopa County Democrats that have voted and cast those early ballots so far, 43% of them have either never voted before or have only voted once in the last 3 general elections. And that GOP consultant said that that is the number that is standing out to him here. You know, when you look at the rest of the state here, you were saying that 75% of these ballots have, there's a 75% increase in return over just 4 years ago. And that is notable here in Arizona because of the history of mail-in voting here. People have done this before. Back in 2016, 75% of voters voted by mail. And so the fact that you are seeing about a 10% increase in Democratic ballots that are being returned at this point here in Maricopa County over 4 years ago, while Republican turnout has actually decreased compared to 4 years ago, those are the two notable numbers right now.
And I'm curious, Vaughn, is there, to go back, I mean, what is the Republican turnout strategy here? We know what the Democrats have been doing, and this whole strategy of getting these non-frequent voters. We know that is the game for them in Florida, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, Arizona. I hear that all the time. What is the Republican plan to match it?
We've always said where Maricopa County goes, the state goes. And yet there's, to a certain extent, a recognition that they may lose, the Donald Trump campaign may lose Maricopa County. And if, in fact, they have a deficit here, you have to turn out, you have to juice your support out in the rural parts of the state. And that is why the president was in Prescott and Yavapai County, a county that he won by a 2-to-1 margin back 4 years ago. And, you know, when we say that where Maricopa County goes, the state of Arizona goes, we say that because in the last decade, there has been only one individual, and that was the woman who ran for the state superintendent of public instruction and lost by 1,600 votes in Maricopa County, but she won statewide. And yet, when we are looking at this data, the data of seniors in Maricopa County, the data of independents, the data of suburbs, everything, Donald Trump is losing anywhere from 2 points to 10 points in those different demographics. And it's hard to see him winning Maricopa County at this point. And that's why it's imperative that he juices that rural turnout. The question is, are there enough of those voters out in those places to actually do that?
But you just gave the most important stat. One statewide candidate, is it one statewide candidate this century has pulled that off, what you just described, lose Maricopa?
In the last decade here, yes.
Okay, so 10 years. There you go. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you, sir. Arizona is still, though, very key to the President Trump's path to holding the White House. In fact, let's take a look. Things have narrowed a bit here. And look, I'm going to just explain this. I got this down to 4 states here for a second because, look, we know that there's been nearly an 8 to 10 point lead here for Joe Biden in Michigan. Wisconsin is a bit closer, but it also seems to be steady. And the Trump campaign themselves seems to think, Michigan and Wisconsin not looking so good. So if you take that away, well, then Donald Trump suddenly has a very, very narrow path to the White House. If you're looking at the last 4 states being Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, and frankly, when you talk to both campaigns, these seem to be the 4 most critical. Look where Biden is. He's sitting at 266. 4 states, he's got 4 paths. Arizona is enough. Take Arizona away, fine. Then you'd have Pennsylvania would be enough. You want to take Pennsylvania away? North Carolina would be enough. You want to take North Carolina away? Florida would be enough. But here's the thing. Donald Trump needs all of this and Arizona in order to pull this off, and that just gets them to 272. It is very narrow. The point is this. The president's path now, when you eliminate those two, it's Florida and North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Arizona. And you just heard Vaughn Hilliard talk to you about Maricopa County. This path is more treacherous by the day for Donald Trump. When we come back, some final thoughts about this map and the debate.
This is a situation where the state continues to struggle to expand its testing capabilities.
Protesters feel that they need to come out in full force and support their community because they feel like they're not getting that support from the Portland police.
Another election day coming up against the backdrop of how to keep voters safe amid a pandemic.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
We actually saw a large convoy of the National Guard come through here.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
A surge in coronavirus infection. New developments on several fronts.
The story.
Tonight, the U.S. shattering the record for most COVID cases in a single day.
From every angle.
What's your level of concern that the kids who have been told they're going to be home indefinitely won't be able to catch up?
On the ground.
Do you have faith that this is going to bring about change soon?
And in depth.
Here in Portland, more protests expected tonight.
Do you think that police in this country are under attack?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The news business is dynamic and probably has never been more important. With all that we're facing, I am so proud to bring the perspective of a Black woman, a daughter of immigrants, the wife and mother of a husband and kids who sadly are more vulnerable to police violence because of their color, a proud nerd, and a representative of the emerging America to cable TV news. I hope the great Gwen Ifill and my mom, Philomena Carol Lamina, will look down from heaven and be proud.
Welcome back to NBC News' special coverage of the final presidential debate right here on NBC News Now. For more on what to watch for tonight and on election night, let's bring back Casey Hunt, Joshua Johnson, and Michael Beschloss. So, Casey Hunt, those final four states, it does feel like that's the final four that we're at, or at least the Trump campaign has it. When you start to just pare it down like that, the Trump campaign needs to find more states. That cannot be their only path. They're not going to sweep those four. Losing, sort of writing off Michigan and Wisconsin's a bit of a problem.
It's a huge problem, Chuck, for sure. And, that's why, you start to dig into each individual state and the scenarios of what's going on. But I think ultimately the question that we're trying to answer here and that we all are wondering about is, how much of this is going to be a wave, or rather, how big is the wave going to be? Because we could easily see something on election night. I think we're all being very careful not to repeat the mistakes that were made in 2016, where everyone we were talking to assumed that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election. And I think I certainly had the experience of being ridiculed by Hillary Clinton campaign operatives when I suggested anything other than that foregone conclusion. And so I think we're all a little, trying to be a little careful here, and that's warranted. But on the other hand, we're seeing an awful lot of information that suggests that, yes, we can have an in-depth conversation about Maricopa County, but what's happening there is happening everywhere. And while, yes, these Sunbelt states are places where President Trump can still fight, I think there's going to be a real question. And Florida, is going to help us answer that on election night itself. I think we'll start to learn from those ballots in Florida whether we're in for a long night, week, month, or whether it's going to be a huge wave.
And Joshua, that path that last path there for Donald Trump, this assumes that he recovers in Iowa, he recovers in Ohio, he recovers in he's behind actually in Iowa. He's about even in Ohio. So this assumes that he somehow recovers, and that's that final path there. I'll tell you, I'm with Casey. There's a lot more evidence that points to this looking more like 1988 than even 2008.
And I do think that Florida is going to be very telling, as it is always telling. And even just early voter turnout this week, because early voting began this week in Florida. Some of the pictures in like Pinecrest and Miramar and parts of Hillsborough County, Pinecrest and Miramar, are in South Florida. Hillsborough County in Central Florida. We're just down the block and around the corner. I've voted early in Florida. I've never seen anything like that before. So I'll be fascinated to see what Florida looks like. If I could just reference one thing that came up in Chris Jansing's conversation with those three sisters in Atlanta, I think what they had to say was so valuable as they were saying it. I was like, yep, I hope he's paying attention, because they're not just undecided voters. I think a better term for them is uncommitted voters. Like, you mean to tell me we as Black folks are going to be ride or die for the Democratic Party for generations because, let's be honest, many African Americans don't consider there to be two viable alternatives as it relates to things like economic opportunity and racial justice. And we're going to be ride or die for you for all these years. And Donald Trump is going to disrespect you on the world stage on something that is supposed to be held, decent and in order. And you're not going to say anything. You're just going to let him do that. So you'll let him do that to you. What does that mean about what he's doing to Black folks in their community? I think what they're saying is very prescient. I think a lot of Biden supporters feel the same way, but just don't articulate it quite that way.
Look, it resonated. I thought it resonated too. I'm glad you did a callback to that. Michael Beschloss, we're sitting here October 22nd, and I know you can answer this question because your brain works this way. Is there any historical corollary where we're at with an incumbent president where he's at this close to an election and they somehow pull off a miracle?
Yeah, George Bush 2004 was running tied or behind. And on the Friday before the election, as you well know, there was an Osama bin Laden tape that the polls found reminded people of Bush's commitment to fighting terrorism. And as you know, the 2004 election, Chuck, was won basically by 30,000 votes in the state of Ohio. Yeah. So if you think that tape may have changed more than 30,000 minds, then you had an October surprise 4 days before the election that changed the result. I agree with everything I've heard tonight, but always remember that something that can happen that may nix this up.
What is it when you're watching this, Michael? How are you going to watch this debate tonight? And what is it that you want to see happen?
Well, I'd like to see new sides of these two candidates. That's pretty hard when you've got someone who's been president for 4 years and someone who was vice president for 8 years. From Donald Trump's point of view, he's got a big opportunity tonight. Ronald Reagan in 1980 was debating against Jimmy Carter. There was only one debate, and it was 9 days before the election. Here we are tonight, 12 days before the election. And Reagan and Carter were just about tied. There was about 10% undecided, and Reagan's goal that night was to take that undecided, which was hesitant about Jimmy Carter, and say, I, Ronald Reagan, I'm not going to get you involved in a war, and I am of the stature that can be an effective president. And he had this polished performance that was so successful that almost that whole 10% moved into the Reagan camp, gave Reagan a landslide. That's how you use a last debate. Is Donald Trump disciplined enough to do that tonight? Even if he has a polished presidential performance, is that going to make people forget the first debate and a lot of the unpresidential stuff from the last 4 years? I'm not so sure.
Casey Hunt, I tell you, Kristen Welker's picked out some good topics. I'd love, for instance, to see tonight a back and forth over a national mask mandate. I'd love to see a back and forth over what would a new health care plan look like, Mr. President. I'd love to see a back and forth over how big should the stimulus be. What are the chances that we're actually going to, a voter like me that would like to see sort of that back and forth, what are the chances we get that tonight?
Well, Chuck, you're right that there are incredible policy questions at hand that the nation needs to have answered. You're absolutely right about that, and perhaps more than ever in our history as we face down this once in a lifetime pandemic. But I think we've seen from President Trump, an inability to separate his personality and his sort of interests, no matter what even his campaign is telling him about how he's going to perform. And I would be surprised. And I mean, Michael Beschloss, what's your assessment? What is your answer to this question? Because I got to say, I'm very skeptical that President Trump is capable of having a policy discussion, even though that might actually be the conversation that brings some of his Republican voters home in these last couple of days, if that's even still possible.
If I were his campaign consultant, and God help us all if I were, I would say the thing you can do tonight to help yourself is to try to turn in a Ronald Reagan type presidential performance as Reagan showed in 1980 to dispel the worries of people that you're out of control. I do not think from the evidence of the last couple of weeks he is capable of doing that tonight. This is much more about his, expressing himself and expressing his grievances, and it may give him momentary relief. But if he does that tonight, he will have kicked away the last, at least conventional opportunity he has to do something that's going to help himself in this race.
Well, and Joshua Johnson, one other thing that I have in the back of my mind here is how Republicans across the country in Congress and elsewhere are watching what's going to unfold tonight. They're hoping that, frankly, the president doesn't take them further down than he already has.
And there's been a lot of reporting in the last few weeks, about some Republicans holding their noses in terms of what their futures might look like, or whether casting their lots in with President Trump might bite them in the end. I would be interested to see how much the candidates make the case that you should vote for me as opposed to against the other person. I've said this Abraham Lincoln quote 100 times. This is the 101st. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. And I'm interested in seeing whether the candidates build any public sentiment to say, yeah, I'm going to be the kind of president who builds an America that you can be proud of, as opposed to, let me show you all the reasons that you should not be paying attention to that other person, because that's what I think a lot of Republican lawmakers want to be able to go back to their constituents with and say, see, this is the kind of president that can build us the kind of future that America needs. But I'm going to be, I'm sure, looking for that through a fog of lots of other things that I am sure Kristen Welker is perfectly capable of handling. The rest of us sitting at home.
She is going to do, I have full confidence she's going to do an absolutely wonderful job tonight. I am glad that we are here at this debate for the sake of all of us. Thanks for being with us this hour. NBC News coverage of the final presidential debate between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Share the stage for one last debate, with early voting well underway and millions of ballots already cast.
There is no administration that's accomplished what we've accomplished. We choose unity over division, science over fiction.
The candidates make their closing arguments to a nation struggling with a pandemic, economic uncertainty, and deep division just 12 days before Election Day.
Stand up and take back our democracy. We are going to keep on winning, winning, winning.
From NBC News, Decision 2020, the presidential debate. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening. evening, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the second and final 2020 presidential debate. Republican incumbent President Donald Trump and his Democratic challenger, former Vice President Joe Biden, are about to face off for the last time with the election now just 12 days away. The stakes are higher than ever, and tonight is the best last chance for the candidates to make their case to a national audience before Election Day on November 3rd.
So the candidates are going to take the stage in just over an hour. There it is, Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. You may remember the first debate. It was chaotic, to say the least, lots of interruptions. Well, this time, the Commission on Presidential Debates has changed the rules a bit. It's decided to mute the microphone of the candidate who is not speaking for the first 2 minutes of each separate debate topic.
And, of course, the coronavirus pandemic is sure to be front and center tonight. Last week's scheduled debate canceled after President Trump contracted the virus and refused to debate virtually.
NBC's White House correspondent and Weekend Today anchor Kristen Welker is moderating tonight's debate. The debate commission has said she will not be responsible for fact-checking the candidates in real time, but our team of correspondents and analysts are standing by to do just that. And if you want fact-checking as we go tonight, you can always go to NBCnews.com.
All right, why don't we start with NBC's chief White House correspondent, Hallie Jackson. She's inside the event center on the campus of Belmont University in Nashville. Hallie.
Lester, let's talk strategy for these two candidates heading into what is the final face-off and perhaps the final best chance to move voters their direction for each of these candidates. That's particularly important for President Trump because he is trailing in many polls. So tonight's an opportunity to get in front of potentially tens of millions of voters. The strategy there, our reporting indicates that aides and allies have been counseling the president to interrupt less this time than he did previously. You and Savannah referenced the chaotic debate the first go-round. There is a sense among those close to the president that by letting Joe Biden speak uninterrupted, he may potentially stumble or perhaps create some kind of a gaffe that President Trump could then capitalize on. You also have the president focusing, it seems, on Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, and his dealings overseas, these unverified emails. Many intelligence experts have said those emails carry all the hallmarks, of a disinformation, foreign disinformation campaign, essentially. But the president's guest list indicates that is a direction he is probably going to head tonight to try to attack Biden. One of his guests is going to be a former business partner of Joe Biden's son. Biden, for his part, according to sources close to his campaign, appears ready for those attacks. Joe Biden and his team want to essentially flip the script, if you will, and make the case that President Trump is focused more on Biden's family than American families. Biden will likely, Joe Biden, of course, the former vice president, focus intently on the coronavirus pandemic, continuing to litigate the case that the president and his administration's response has not been sufficient. On the COVID situation, I should tell you, both candidates, according to their aides, have tested negative for coronavirus today. And let me point out something that we're seeing in the debate hall. Earlier today, there was plexiglass between these podiums as a essentially precaution. The Commission on Presidential Debates says that plexiglass has now been removed because of both candidates' negative tests. So that is something new that has developed just in the last little bit here. As we talk about the way that the debate will go tonight, there will be, of course, 6 segments, 6 different topics, 15 minutes each. At the beginning of each of those segments, each candidate will get 2 minutes of uninterrupted talk time. That's the new rule change that you discussed at the top of the broadcast here. After that, there will be open debate. And we should point out, it's not the moderator who's controlling the microphones. That is up to the Commission on Presidential Debates. 6 topics will be discussed tonight, starting with coronavirus and the response to that, American families, race in America, climate change, national security, and leadership. It's going to be a very busy 90 minutes, all set to kick off here in Nashville in just a bit.
All right, Hallie, you got good seats, too. Thank you.
Let's get right to NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, to put it mildly, a lot has happened since the first debate. The second debate was canceled. For starters, the president got COVID and recovered from COVID. There are few moments in a campaign, big moments. A debate is one of them. This is the final debate. We've got 12 days to go. What are the stakes?
Well, the stakes, we can use every metaphor. It couldn't be higher, all of those things, because of the precarious position the incumbent president is sitting in. He is trailing. He is behind. He needs to change the trajectory of this race. And so I think it does explain the president's behavior of the last 48 hours. But by the way, in case you're wondering how nasty this debate could get back and forth tonight, the president's obsession on Hunter Biden. Well, the Biden campaign responded tonight, and I just want to read you this last line because I think it sets the tone of what we could be hearing from tonight. On the Hunter Biden attacks, this is what the Biden campaign says. This is a desperate, pathetic farce executed by a flailing campaign with no rationale for putting our country through another 4 years of hell. I am quoting them word for word. I don't necessarily want to put the HE double hockey sticks up there myself, Savannah. I mean,
That's
we're
what
both
we
pretty
call
sensitive.
it in my house.
I know. I'm pretty sensitive to that. But my point is that came from the Biden campaign in response to this Hunter Biden business. So that to me is the unknown. That's the wild card factor tonight. I don't think people watching want to see a back and forth about Hunter Biden tonight. But that may end up being what we see tonight, and that to me is an extraordinarily risky strategy by the president. I do think the president needs to remember he's the incumbent, and a lot of people want to know, what are you going to do for the next 4 years? And by the way, what are you going to do now about COVID? What are you going to do now about health care? So I do think this is a very risky strategy by the president to basically ignore the issues and try to go at Hunter Biden.
All right, Chuck, thank you.
All right, Lee, we also have senior Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell with us tonight. Andrea, what are you going to be watching for this evening?
Well, I'm going to be watching whether the president has come prepared to discuss policy, whether he's going to try to blow this debate up as he did the first debate, or whether he's going to actually talk about the substantive issues that Chuck just referred to, important issues. COVID, obviously the most important, but obviously the American family, which includes the economy, national security, the environment, race relations. Is he going to have a different answer on white supremacism? Is he going to go on the attack? Clearly, he's signaling by bringing Tony Bobulinski, this former partner, supposedly with Hunter Biden, to the debate, who had a news conference with the traveling White House press corps right beforehand. By bringing him right there as a special guest, it reminds you of what he did during the last debate against Hillary Clinton, bringing the women who had accused Bill Clinton of past affairs and wanting them to be seated in the front row right there in Las Vegas when we were all there. So this is a stunt, and it's obviously set off that angry reaction from the Biden camp that Chuck just read. So that's setting a very bad tone going in. But if he comes ready to discuss policy, and how will Joe Biden respond when the personal issue comes up? Will he keep his cool? Is he prepared to get past it and talk about the substance that he is bringing to this? And just watching them the last couple of days, though, it does not bode well, because the president has spent the last couple of days going on the attack against everyone, against Tony Fauci, against CBS and Leslie Stahl and 60 Minutes, against all sorts of enemies, perceived or real, and adversaries, accusing Biden of criminality and saying that the Attorney General perhaps shouldn't keep his job because he's refusing to indict Joe Biden, standing opposite him on the debate stage tonight, indict him for some sort of totally false allegations. So that's the problem going into this. He has really set a very bad stage, but people want to hear what he would do in a second term. And Joe Biden has spent the whole week in debate preparations, having a very tough surrogate and a very effective one, Barack Obama, in Philadelphia yesterday, with his strongest denunciation of the president to date. So we've seen them both very angry, but preparing for this debate in a very different way. Now let's see whether it's going to be a real debate.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, thank you.
All right, let's turn now, get some perspective from radio talk show host Hugh Hewitt. He's an NBC News political analyst, president of the Richard Nixon Foundation. He's also a Trump supporter. And Hugh, okay, this is your big chance, just in case the president is watching. If you were advising him tonight, what would your message be? What should he focus on? Hunter Biden, the issues, Joe Biden? What would you say?
I talked to Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I believe the president is doing well in all the other swing states, North Carolina maybe, but talk specifically to the Keystone State in Wisconsin about the upcoming GDP report, about the drop in jobless claims this week, and focus on the economy, and how the Super V is back. I don't think we're going to get out of this without Tony Bobulinski talk. I'm running a radio show at the same time I'm talking to you, and half the country's talking about Tony and half the country's talking about other than Tony, even as they lean in to try and figure out what the heck that is all about. But the president would be best served if he stayed focused on Western Pennsylvania and Southern Wisconsin and talked about those two key states to his reelection bid.
Hugh, let me talk about style. The president lost some style points last time by interrupting. At the same time, that's part of really who he is, a disruptor, a brawler sometimes. So how, if he is constrained and not able to do that, will he be out of his game to some extent?
You know, I don't think so. In fact, I think the 2-minute warning thing that they're giving them, 2 minutes to talk, is going to force him actually to make sure he has his message points lined up for those 2 minutes. He clearly, in the first debate, intended to throw former Vice President Biden off of his game by disrupting whatever plan the former Vice President had. Tonight, I think he's going to look more directly into camera. I was talking to Mark Meadows on my radio show yesterday and defending our colleague Kristen Welker about her being very, very fair. And the chief of staff said he'd take that back to the president. The one thing he can do that would be terrible is to attack Kristen. That would make a huge mistake for the American people to see. And so I hope he talks into camera. I don't think he's as far behind as perhaps people have been led to believe by the mainstream media that are doing the polling, et cetera. I think he's got a very good shot of winning this, but he does have to focus and deliver on the key bread and butter issues that got him elected the first time, while showing some of that stuff that brings out those massive crowds that we've seen in Erie, in Western North Carolina, all across the United States, in Nevada. In fact, those crowds are energy. He doesn't get that energy tonight from the audience because it's so small, so he's got to channel it from inside himself.
All right, Hugh, thanks. David Plouffe was Barack Obama's campaign manager in 2008 and also served in the Obama administration as a senior advisor to the president. He's a Biden supporter and an NBC News analyst. David, if you were advising Joe Biden, what would you tell him he needs to do tonight?
Well, don't play it safe. He has a lead, and it's a meaningful lead. But just like in sports, you don't want to be overly cautious. And I think two issues in particular. One, we have COVID cases on the rise, hospitalizations on the rise. The president seems completely uninterested in it, just wants it to go away. And that's the first topic. And then the president in that 60 Minutes interview, which was a disaster for many reasons, but we saw him rooting for the Supreme Court to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, to kick tens of millions of people off health care in the middle of the pandemic. So those are home bases for Biden, and I would stay there, and I'd make sure I fill in the blanks on what you're going to do as president as it relates to taxes and jobs and health care. There's still some work to be done there.
Let me pick up, David, on something Hugh Hewitt just said. He suggested, I think, that perhaps the Commission on Presidential Debates had essentially done a favor to President Trump by having the microphones muted while the other candidate speaks, giving Trump an opportunity to speak unfettered, but also giving Biden a chance to speak unfettered. As a Democrat, be honest, does that give you any nerves?
Doesn't give me nerves, but that means I guess there'll be 12 minutes of the debate where Trump can't interrupt. The last debate was a disaster for him because he did interrupt. So I wouldn't mind having the mics be just like they were last time because that didn't serve him well. But I assume they'll get into this. And on the Hunter Biden thing, listen, that is not what the American people care about. They care about their family. The American family's hurting. And it'll be interesting because I don't think the Trump Brain Trust is going to be in the political Hall of Fame, okay? But they're telling him not to spend the whole debate on Hunter Biden. Don't attack Kristen Welker. Make your case, which he's yet to do, about why people should rehire him. But the question is, he's running the campaign. And will he listen or not? And so that's the most important thing to me is, do we get just a slightly more muted version of Donald Trump from the first debate, or is he really going to try and make a case? I don't think he can do it successfully to the American people. And this is it. If you don't wake up tomorrow, if he doesn't wake up tomorrow, and if he can't say definitively the race has changed for the better, this is not his best. It's his only hope to change the trajectory of the race because it's the only time he's going to have this kind of audience.
All right, David Plouffe, we're just getting started here. 45 minutes until this last debate takes place. We're going to take a quick break here. Back with a look at the mood inside the Trump and Biden campaigns tonight.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You got to get a four-year degree, but
What? Where? Oh. Does it say vote for Jesus? Oh, he's got a Jesus cut. yeah, everybody's sort of interdispersed. There's not like, you know, Trumpers on one side of the street and protesters on the other side of the street. But I don't hear anything down here. But again, like, every time I come down here, there's like another like 200 people, and it's just quiet. Oh, I hear Angel. Yeah. I could be, you know, probably at home and hear her. Be like, oh, is Angel protesting somewhere? Ow, I just rolled my ankle. Yeah, eerily quiet it is down here, though. Isn't it? And earlier, there wasn't even anybody on the bullhorn. But there was like 200 people down here, and it's just like, you know, there's not like chants or drums or anything like that going. I was actually wondering how that side was moving. So they're rerouting here? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. God, they are the stupidest. Directing traffic. It's the same thing down here. It's, you know, people are on both sides of the street. From, you know, both sides of, you know, being good or bad. Isn't that bizarre? It's so weird. Everybody's so quiet down here. You can like hear conversations.
cross here.
Okay.
I'm stuck here.
Oh.
Hey, you can't cross.
Oh, we can't?
Yeah, I can't cross here.
Got it. Why is it silent? Oh. No, it's good. Oh, every time I came down, yeah, every time I came down here, it's like, I don't know, there's something kind of like, it's so weird. Yeah. It's so loud over there. Yeah, I've come down here about every 30 minutes or so, and it's like, you know, you get like some horns honking and stuff like that, but for the most part,
Oh, I guess that's right.
it was, yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Had to take care of some stuff at home. Thank you for tuning in. Unfortunately, my Facebook is on lock right now for 30 days. It's on lock for 30 days, so I'm here on YouTube, the Black Conservative Preacher, in Nashville, Tennessee. Debate night 2020, the final debate between Biden and Trump. And there's a few street preachers out here, and so it's kind of got a little bit heated, as you guys saw. So that's what we're doing tomorrow, street preacher conference, and then come Saturday, I'm going down to Florida to Lakeland with Angry Viking. Angry Vikings big event down in Lakeland, Florida. I'll be down there for that. But tonight we are out here, debate night, Biden and Trump 2020 debate night in Nashville, Tennessee. If you guys would like to donate, PayPal me, the BC Preacher. I cannot do Super Chat yet. Still need some more minutes watched on my YouTube channel before I can do Super Chat. So if you'd like to donate, PayPal me, the BC Preacher, Cashapp, the BC Preacher, or Venmo, the BC Preacher.
No, you don't know. I know what it is. I know what it is. Absolutely. The ballot's out to teeter totter. That's why. It's our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love each other. We must love each other. You don't know what love is. We have nothing to lose but our chance.
To the people and organizations who got us here tonight. I'd like to start with three of them who are genuine champions of debate and true friends to the CPD. The first is Dr. Robert Fisher, the president of Belmont University. We held a 2008 debate here. Belmont served as a backup site in 2016, and Bob has managed to make this evening happen in spite of a lot of challenges that 2020 has brought to this campus and all the others across the country. They don't come any better than Bob and his colleagues. The second is Nashville's own Martin Slutsky. Marty has been the CPD's executive producer since 2000, and tonight is his 23rd debate. We could never do this without Marty, and he's a treasure. The third is our third co-chair, Dot Ridings, who is not here with us this evening. She is in Louisville, Kentucky at home, but here in spirit. She is an absolutely remarkable asset to the CPD board and staff. I'd like now to introduce the other co-chairs, our founding co-chair, Frank Fahrenkopf and Ken Wallach.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I join Janet in welcoming you all to Belmont and to Nashville. And we really owe a great debt of gratitude to the city and to this university. They've been so courteous and working so hard for us. And what a beautiful place this is. I hope you all got a chance to walk around and see this marvelous campus. We also have a crew. You see some of the people working around. There are cameramen, lighting people, people who produce this great background. We have over 60 of them. And we've had 4 debates in 4 different parts of this country. And thanks to United Airlines, which stepped up to the plate and is providing free of charge air service for our entire crew back and forth from one city to another. And so we really owe United Airlines. Now this one sounds funny, but we also owe Anheuser-Busch a great thank you. Not only for their beer, but for what they've done for this commission for many, many years. It's a little less of a lift now. Normally, if we were here with normal times, there'd be 900 of you probably in this audience. But with coronavirus, it just wasn't necessary for us to, and possible for us to do that. But they have always provided a giant tent with the food to feed the 5,000 reporters that usually come from all over the world, our crew, the news people who are here. And Anheuser-Busch is with us again this year, and we thank them. A Pentagram, who's really responsible for some of the great work you see here. Kroll & Mooring, a firm in Washington, law firm. And tonight at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., the National Press Club is putting on, for the 4th time, a media filing center. If those of you walk around the campus, you'll see a giant tent out here. And that's where media from all over the world are sitting at tables, watching this on television, and filing their stories. And many, many, because of the coronavirus, were not able to come here for this. And so the National Press Club has set up a national filing center a media filing center for them. Now, there's been a lot of controversy about this debate, and so I want to spend a few minutes telling you what the rules are, because I think there's been some misconceptions and misstatement of what the rules are. We published in July the rules for this debate and the first debate, and they were the same, that the 90 minutes would be divided into 6 15-minute segments, with the moderator of each being able to name the subject matter, the general subject matter of each of those 6 segments. And the parties agreed that for the first 4 minutes of those 15-minute segments, each of them would, for 2 minutes, have the ability to speak without interruption of any sort. Then after they each spoke for 2 minutes, it was open for open debate. Now, unfortunately, if you happen to watch the first debate, those rules were not necessarily followed. And so the commission felt that we could not put in a new rule, and what we thought we would do would just put in a way to enforce what they had agreed to, the original rule, no interruption. So you're going to see tonight, I believe the first question will be directed to the president, and he will speak for 2 minutes. They have lights, you can't see them. They're looking into their cameras that tell them how much time is left and so forth. And at the end of 2 minutes, the president will stop speaking, and then Mr. Biden's microphone, which has been off for the 2 minutes that the president has been speaking, will come on. And this will happen at the start of each of the 6 sections. There's no other censure, there's no other buttons that are going to be pushed to stop them, because the rest of the time in each of the segments is for open debate. We want them to engage each other. We hope they do it civilly and discuss the issues so that the American people will learn something about where they are on the issues. Now, this is a very, very important debate for each of these candidates. The first debate, some weeks ago, had, according to Nielsen, 78 million people who watched it. Now, that doesn't count people who watched it on C-SPAN or people who had it on their computers or on their iPhones or their iPads. We think this debate tonight could reach 100 million people. Now, you're very fortunate. You're sitting on seats that make you part of history. But those people at home are watching to try to learn something about these candidates, to make that important decision as to who they are going to support when they go to the polls if they haven't already done so. So it's not for you to participate by clapping, by standing up, by doing anything that would bring you into this. So please, please don't yell, because you're interfering with what those people are seeing. Now, there also is a rule on masks. It's not only our rule, it's the rule of the city, it's the rule of this university, so that you must wear a mask to come in, and you must keep your mask on. If you remove your mask while you're here, you will be approached, and you'll be asked to put it back on, and if you don't put it back on, you'll be asked to leave, and if you won't leave, you'll be escorted to leave, so which will cause you some embarrassment and will take time away from the important things that are going on today. One other thing, at exactly 8 o'clock, you're going to hear a lot of noise, because if you turn around and look behind you, those are the anchor booths of the major networks. And at exactly 8 o'clock, they're all going to go on at the same time. And you're going to hear a lot of voices that you'll recognize from different networks. So don't be surprised. That'll go on, and then they'll settle down as we go, and the moderator comes out and also says some words. So with that, let me introduce my co-chairman, Ken Wallach.
Good evening. I join Frank, Janet, and fellow board members, including Yvonne Howe and John Griffin, who are with us tonight, in welcoming you to the 24th presidential debate sponsored and organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates, and the second hosted by Belmont University. As the newest co-chair of the Commission, I'm proud to work alongside dedicated board members and a talented staff and crew who, against uphill odds, have built a nonpartisan institution since the Commission was established in 1987. Our sole mission continues to be the holding of debates that serve and inform the American people. Now, please spare me a moment to explain the Commission's efforts. Debates have evolved over the past 3 decades. More transparent criteria for qualification of debate participants, the trend toward a single moderator in order to focus greater attention on the candidates, and the allocation of time for different subject areas are but a few of the many changes that have been made. Many of the details for organizing the debates are left to agreement by the candidates themselves. The Commission has selected the times and places for debates, the moderators, and the debate formats. Based on experience, these are issues that, if left to the negotiations between the candidates' campaigns, are nearly impossible to resolve in a timely manner. In fact, it were protracted and at times unworkable negotiations on these types of issues that led, in part, to the establishment of the commission itself. While there is always drama every 4 years, and this year is no exception, the process has worked. And post-debate research shows that the American people have considered these debates an important part of our political process. Debates have also created civic education opportunities for the schools and communities that have hosted them. Here at Belmont, the university has launched the debate programming series that explores issues ranging from democracy to social media. The Commission has augmented these voter education efforts by establishing to each other's opinions. Debate Watch 2020 will include more than 1 million participants. Overseas, the Commission, in partnership with the National Democratic Institute, has helped organize more than 400 candidate debates in 45 countries, most importantly, in new and emerging democracies. This initiative has led to the formation of Debates International, a support network of debate organizers from nearly 40 countries. I wanted to recognize the Commission's longest-standing supporter. For the past 32 years, the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation has given its trust to the nonpartisan work of the Commission, and we are deeply grateful for their generous contribution to this year's debates. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Bob Fisher, President of Belmont University. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Frank. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Tonight's a night to celebrate America, but if you're Belmont, it's a night to just express gratitude and thankfulness for all that's been done and the opportunities that we've been given. I want to thank the Commission for your support. Janet Brown, thank you. Thank you to the co-chairs. Thank you so much. You know, it's one thing to be a partner when times are kind of easy. It's amazing when times get tough. That's when real partnerships get formed that stick. And this has been a bonding experience. So thank you so much to the Commission. Thank you to HCA Healthcare. They're the ones that have given you all these tests and have made sure that everybody here tonight is safe. Their goal was to make this the safest place in America tonight, along with the Secret Service, who I also want to thank, and Metro Police, who I want to thank. All together have made this the safest place in America tonight. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you, Mayor Cooper, for your support. Thank you, Governor Lee. Thank you to the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation and the Nashville Chamber of Commerce, all of you. But most of all, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to the students of Belmont University for sharing their campus with you, all of you this week. This has been a complicated and unusual semester, to say the least. I want to thank the Ryman Hospitalities Corporation for taking several hundred of our students and letting them stay overnight last night and through the day today. I was worried the students would be complaining about that. Actually, they say they don't want to come back. They have a water park out there, and all, but we're going to get them back. But our students have embraced the challenge of living safely together, and we simply couldn't have done that without them. You're probably wondering who these two people are that are standing here beside me. Well, this is Molly Deakins, and this is Kendra Turner. They co-chaired the student volunteer group of 250 students who made this thing happen here at Belmont University, and I'm so grateful to them. Thank you, and thank all the Belmont volunteers for what you've done here. And finally, I have to say this. I've prayed enough about this happening that it'd be totally disingenuous if I didn't say thank you, God, that this is about to happen. God bless America. Thank you.
Moderator for this evening's debate is Kristen Welker of NBC News.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. It is such an honor for me to moderate this debate tonight, the final debate. I want to welcome the First Family and the First Lady. We're so glad and thankful that you are feeling better. I want to welcome the Biden family, Dr. Jill Biden. Thank you all for being here tonight. We are so excited. We're looking forward to a really robust discussion. And the only thing I would reiterate are the CPD guidelines that when the candidates are talking, please hold any applause or any other reactions, except, of course, when they walk out. Make sure you cheer and loud and applause so that everyone can hear you. Thank you for having me. This is really the honor of a lifetime. I am going to sit down and just get organized and get settled, and the show will start very soon. Thank you for being here.
The Commission on Presidential Debates decided then to change the rules a bit.
Yeah, the microphone of the candidate who isn't speaking will be muted for the first 2 minutes of each separate debate topic.
Well, let's get to, I should say NBC's White House correspondent and Weekend Today, Kristen Welker, is moderating tonight's debate.
The Debate Commission says she will not be responsible for fact-checking the candidates, but our team of correspondents and analysts is standing by to do just that. And for real-time fact-checking, you can go to NBCnews.com.
Well, we just saw a few moments ago the guests have now been seated. The candidates are waiting to take the stage. Let's get to NBC's chief White House correspondent, Hallie Jackson. She's inside the debate hall. Hallie, set the scene.
Savannah, so much anticipation here at Belmont University tonight. You can hear a pin drop in the room before these two candidates walk out on stage to begin their final face-off. Watch for President Trump to go after former Vice President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, and unverified emails about his business dealings, a story that many intelligence experts say has all the hallmarks of a foreign interference campaign. For his part, Joe Biden is expected to keep his focus squarely on the coronavirus pandemic and the president's response to that, giving his message directly to American voters. There is the potential, of course, for interruptions, although the mic muting that you discussed at the top of the broadcast could help that. We should note that moderator Kristen Welker is not responsible for that mute button. That falls on the Commission on Presidential Debates. Savannah?
All right, Hallie.
NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, will be watching along with us. Chuck, lay it out. What's at stake here tonight?
Well, this is Donald Trump's last chance to change the trajectory of this race. But let's be realistic here. I think that's what we're all trying to figure out tonight is everybody around Donald Trump has told him what he needs to do. The question is, will he change his behavior from the first debate? The first debate did real damage to his campaign. He has to have a good debate performance tonight. I don't know if he can. If he's obsessed with Hunter Biden, I don't know if he can have a good debate performance if he does that.
All right, Chuck.
And we know that they took down the plexiglass that had been put up there earlier, deciding that it wasn't necessary. We saw both of the candidates arrive here just a short time ago and have been in their holding rooms and now about to come out for what was originally going to be the third debate, but ends up being the second and final debate between these two men.
We're about 10 seconds away. Kristen Welker at the ready. There are 6 segments, 15 minutes each, a 2-minute statement by each candidate at the top, followed by discussion. And so we will turn it over to our colleague, NBC News, Kristen Welker.
University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now, as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The Debate Commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the Commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital, I had it, and I got better, and I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure, but I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day, and there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are 2 companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter, and he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no
I don't think we're
plan.
going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic, it was horrible, we didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
My response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about, don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch out of habit where their wife or husband is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he's never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about his xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling
He thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
That's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap in his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the neighbor, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is, in fact, infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
when you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed. And they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us, Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we found out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
The Wall Street one, I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. Joe, you have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money. As president and as somebody that knows most of those people, I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall Street.
Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's stalking them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question, why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part, as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million. And you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get 3.5? I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that. And through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said, the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And, Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30 seconds. And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell you
told
when
you
you
that.
could release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this, but I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them to the American people?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
So, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. $48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent $1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of a Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about What are you talking about? China. I have not had the only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president respond to that quickly, and then I need to get
dishonest.
to a question to you. Very
No
quickly.
basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's when it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money every
President Trump,
place
thank
he
you.
goes.
We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it, and that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and
His
then we're
son
going to move
walked
on
out
to
with
North
$1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy,
true.
though, what
No, but wait a
specifically are
minute.
you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going
First
to
of
make
all,
them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave
New
$28 billion.
sanctions? New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers'
China,
money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't
No,
come
no,
from
yeah,
China.
you know who the taxpayer is? It's called China. China
Not
paid
true.
$28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North
I'm not a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I got elected.
Let's
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around, sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next
So
one.
when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House. Right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And, you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be dead right now.
President
we
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and
seconds.
I have a good
Thank
relationship.
you. Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat right
Because
now?
I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
got to
for
give him a
fact, they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it. And that's okay. You know what, North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have
leaders
to
of
move
other
on, 'cause
countries
we have
is
a lot
a
of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And
let's
it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk about
He left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to move on.
left me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to all
2 or
of our
3
other
months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country had.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now, by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I didn't. Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response to
it's
them?
ridiculous. It's like saying that, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under? We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like he went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask
he goes for a year. There will be no fracking.
We have a number of topics we're going to get to.
That's a big question.
We're going to get to. We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
I have to respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period, period, period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Tristan, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine and health care. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally destroyed, and destroying your Social Security. And this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay,
let's let Vice President Biden respond. It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very
your
confused
response.
guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare, come on.
He tried to get rid of it. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on. Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to have
will
time to
boom
talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars. Because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? what happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on, gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
You know, the Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President
we made a
Biden,
deal,
because
the Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they could keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with these guys?
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high-crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
By the way, if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly,
want
he
to
said
get
we
your
have
reaction.
to help our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
we have
recently.
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses. How are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
in a
what I
second
really
administration?
like, in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
Okay, President
ruinous.
Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through merit.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not
They built the
separate
cages.
the
Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this. They went
10
down.
seconds,
We
and
brought
then I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
that
of
have
them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with
just
their
ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that, is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh, no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders. out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
President
Kristen,
Trump,
he
your
had
reaction.
8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President
Wrong.
Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But they're
President
very,
Trump, let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about
Let's
it
move
anymore.
on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, yes, yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, He's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding, and I did. 10-year long-term funding, and I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them, and they like me and I like them. But I saved historically black colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me because what's happening here is you know who I am. You know who he is. You know his character. You know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
questions. If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
All right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue.
Laptop from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
And I
you've
have
just
to respond to that.
Please,
Because look,
very
there
quickly.
are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And that's exactly what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding. Here we
Mr.
go
President,
again with Russia.
We're going to continue
Boy,
on the
boy.
issue of race. Mr. President,
believe
you've
that one.
described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know.
and by
I mean, I
the
don't know
videos?
what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark. But I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire, every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up question.
You made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
you said
where
you're
did
Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that? No.
You said,
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
oh, God.
Tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right, let me
and you know
ask
what? They
Vice
remember it
President
because if
Biden
you look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them
about
very, very badly.
the-
Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime
Okay.
bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done because I think The American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to the drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked one question. Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe.
All right.
Sometimes you got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section,
like I did with criminal justice reform. I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen, we're running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change and climate warming, global warming, is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit limit emissions will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 500,000 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, your
Today came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to.
Country.
So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan was endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Labor, because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-ups.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds, it's very intermittent, it's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist who said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So
false.
It's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is he's flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer, we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money and doing it, but it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
Excuse me.
we have.
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking and/or oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was under, in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All right.
And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turning the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutions the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil industry?
By the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I will
that's
transition.
a big statement.
It is a big statement.
That's a
because
big statement.
I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal. But
That's
you
a
can't
big
do
statement.
that. Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do give
All right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then
Ohio.
I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context. But the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production. By 2050, totally.
All right. One
Is he
final
gonna get
question
China
to
to
both
do
of you.
it?
No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move on
China
to
to
our
do it?
final question. We have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our final
rejoin Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best Black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country: decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Stand up, fight back. attack, what do we do? When black queer lives are under attack, what do we do? When black queer lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up. Stand up. Fist up. Fist up. Stand up. Stand up. Fist up. Fist up. When black trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When black trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When black trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When black trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. Stand up, fight back. Fist up. Stand up, fight back. Fist up. Rise up. Rise up. Rise up. Rise up. Without that badge, she's a bitch and a half. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. And if we don't get no justice, 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 say her name, D.C. Gully. Say her name, 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 say his name, Cody McDade, say his name, Cody McDade, say his name, say his name.
So we have bike officers following on the right side of the streets of the march. They're pacing with the crowd right now as we speak. So they are on the right side of the march as we speak. Man, it smells good out here. They not going? Whoa, why is there a... Who is that?
I guess so.
What does it mean to, like, actually, like, use a battery or fuel?
Sorry, just kidding. I have to
You know,
Julia's so upset that your records aren't in your hand.
No good cops in a racist system!
No good cops in a racist system! No good cops in a racist system!
Fuck y'all! Fuck y'all! Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Okay, I feel good now. Let's go home.
Check out the room in gang criminals! We're all the biggest gang on the planet!
Right there. There's Popo's right there too. Oh, there's an undercover. Should, phone is 1%, y'all. Totally forgot to bring portable charger. So, dang it.
Okay, y'all, while we're waiting, I just want to go ahead and just speak a little bit about history and about how colonialism had erased a lot of our people. So if you want to just gather in a little bit, so we can take some time to honor the space for that. So we're here in honor of our gender expansive family that have not been given enough space on this platform. We already know that a lot of the work that has been seen out here has been done by them and has been lived through by them day by day before this became a thing or a fad or became popular. And I want to go ahead and just maybe take a moment of silence of what that would feel like. Maybe not internalizing the pain, but knowing how to imagine another life outside of policing, outside of the prison industrial complex, and living beyond it. Let's take a minute. Speculation by white people and white supremacy as well. One of those things that has been passed down and has been translated over time by white people and the colonizers themselves was the history of the gender expansive people that were indigenous to this land. So for what we now call Central America, in the Nahuatl day-to-day life, in Nahuatl culture, we had our gender expansive people, and they were called the Huiloni. The Huiloni had a role in fertility ritual, not just day-to-day practices or rituals that we use for making sure that the land has what it needs. Because for the indigenous people, it was an obligation to take care of the land. It was not something that they owned. We took care of the land, and they gave back to us. We didn't need to overeat, we didn't need to oversleep. But if you take a moment out in the woods and you just sleep in a tent for only 4 hours, you'll be well rested. The reason why we need to rest nowadays for 8 hours is because we're under so much stress because of this prison industrial complex and because of colonialism. And a lot of people don't realize that because there wasn't a lot of understanding of what our history looked like back then. I want to bring that to you now. The concept of sin and sodomy was brought over to us by the colonizers. Sin was not something that we had here on this land prior to. It was something that sin, what they used to call sin, was of the Tlazoli complex. The Tlazoli complex understood that there was chaos on this land. There was going to be chaos. There was going to be blood, sweat, semen, and it wasn't projected as a sin or of sodomy. And with that, they used it to depend on it for ritual, for fertility ritual. So imagine if you had understood that the Huiloni presence that we have here nowadays, if we give them that much presence and that much of a appreciation, because they already do that, because spirit runs through us through great spirit. That's what their role is here for us to see, to witness. That they themselves have the power and the strength to move forward and to teach us how to imagine our lives outside of the prison industrial complex, outside of colonialism. So this is information that hasn't been given to us, by the schools at all. And in school you also have the prison industrial system as well. We're already being primed to go into the prison system as soon as we get out of school. But when we think of school, we think of erasure as well, because we don't get to talk about our own history in these ways. If we knew our history in these ways, we would be able to our land so that it could give back to us and we wouldn't have to be fighting anything. I'm going to give the mic to anybody else who would like to speak on behalf of the trans, trans liberation. If you feel called to, I want to leave the mic open for that. So if you feel called, the mic is here. Also, there's going to be a switch on it. I'm going to switch it off, but I'm going to leave it on the ground and have it switched off. Just make sure to switch it back on.
If you guys don't want to hear this, because it's going to be one of those practical statements or whatever, but I just wanted to say I've been thinking a lot about how to most effectively get land back, because this with barring a complete bloodbath revolution, this seems like such a task. But at the end of the day, all those treaties are such fucking bullshit. If we get indigenous judges, I hope, in most of certain places in America, we can just overturn these bullshit treaties. They're saying things like we're going to make sure that indigenous people have food, that they have healthcare, that they have all of these promises that they made back in the 1800s and 1700s that don't stand up at all. We just still have these racist ass judges who aren't ever going to hear these cases. I know that there's danger in learning the words of the colonialists in order to fight their system, but that's just something I wanted to put out there, and it's something that we don't talk about enough on the progressive side and on the side fighting against fascism. But I feel like we really need to start focusing on who's getting in these places to judge these laws that are being made for us. That's not okay.
Check. Cool. I'm going to switch the mic to this side so that everybody can hear it. And I want everybody else to be able to hear me from where we're at, too, because this is information that is just made for us. I want to make it loud enough for everybody else here to hear as well. So if anybody else feels, like they'd like to speak, I'm going to leave the mic here for you. Here, thank you very much.
wrongfully incarcerated, and I see it every day. I would recommend Michelle Alexander's, she's from the University of Chicago. Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow. It's an academic work. It's not easy to get through, but it is an amazing study of where our policing system comes from and how unjust it is. It comes from slavery. And actually, that is the root of why the cops go after black people routinely, and why, I mean, I saw it in front of my house. These cops come in and rush in like they're Nazis, and in fact, one of them looked like a Nazi, and then threatened to arrest me because the neighbors were harassing me. And he asked me, you know, I'm a PhD from Stanford University, and I teach for the University of California. And he had the audacity to ask me, have I ever been arrested? And I wanted to say, fuck you, you fucking Nazi, but I kept my cool. I really wanted to keep my house and my car. So, but they're being recruited here. And then they're being trained by Mossad agents from Israel, which are some of the worst actors on the political and police stage.
Hassan and Pokimane, etc.
He did.
Alex did.
No, I came from the bottom. I came from storage in the middle.
Did you see her come from there, Ilhan?
You were the chosen one who said that you would destroy this and not join them.
If you're sure,
Wait.
Well, you said it's just been killing. They're saying Alex came from the left.
I voted
I mean,
for
I'm
him.
fine to
It's not
skip,
Alex. How do I do this? Use? What's that? Do I hit use? Okay, I think I do. Okay. So, one thing that I'm really into when it comes to video games is the lore. Like, how did these people get here? What year are we in? Etc.
It is 100% deep. Anyone that hasn't got a degree in philosophy or Dark Souls lore analysis, please click off the video.
Okay, I have no more tasks.
It
was him!
Charlie, you made me so nervous.
Oh my god.
Be gone, fuck!
I think everyone is a little afraid of executing the Congress. And
That's exactly why.
As the elephant in the room, I'm just gonna say it. Okay.
I needed an alibi. I needed it.
He was marinating her.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change.
12 years later.
Are doxing and exposing Trump supporters who have donated to the Trump campaign in a new website, donaldtrump.watch. Here you can see with Laura Logan. Take a look. This is a dynamic, searchable database of everyone who has donated to the Trump campaign from 2016 to today, how much they gave, their first/last names, addresses, and pinpoints their locations on a map. DonaldTrump.watch. Trump contributors. DonaldTrump.watch. What we're seeing here that's being reported is exposing left-wing activism and its toxicity. And it's worse than that, folks. People have been receiving threats. Hello, everyone. This is Mr. Obvious. And today, on the internet, we're going to talk about this. Now, if you take a look at the following website, DonaldTrump.watch, you can see here, Americans that give money to support a racist. Data provided by the FEC.gov. And you see the narrative here? They're basically claiming that if you voted for the big bad orange man, you're a bigot, and we're going to dox you and find you. The website has two functions, search by location or browse by name. So you can search somebody by name, and you can search by their address This, my friends, is basically the thought police, right? It's like 1984 or Equilibrium. Oh my god, did my neighbor vote for a Trump supporter? I better report him to the Communist Party of America. Yeah, these people are communists. I don't care if they got the data from the FEC.gov. This website is clearly malicious. It's meant to attack and hurt conservatives. And here they have a quote by Voltaire. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. The lack of self-awareness is astounding. Yeah, this is really rich coming from the left, who believe absurdities like there's more than 2 genders, walls are racist, white people bad, everybody else good, etc., etc. Like, they believe things that are absolutely absurd, and they regularly, on a regular basis, commit atrocities. They go out, they riot, they burn down cities, they loot, they steal, they hurt. This is the left, folks. Now we're going to talk about all this because people have been receiving threats. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsor. Do you like card games? Introducing Virtue Signal, the card game. It's a parody of social justice activism. In this game, you play as one of 12 different social justice warriors, and you fight for power. It's like real-life leftism. Backstab your liberal ally. There's also the Virtue Signal expansion pack, including cards such as Wax My Balls, Bigot. But you can get it all for only $34.98. Get yours today by clicking on the link down below. Joe Stowe replies, Laura, in the interest of being fair, does the Democrat donor database also exist? See, isn't it so funny? Isn't it so funny how we have one side of the political spectrum, the Democrats, claiming that Trump is literally a dictator and that right-wingers and conservatives are literal fascists. And yet, who's going around using fascism? Who's going around being an authoritarian? It is the modern-day left. I don't know what to call him, the liberal, a woke, progressive, BLM, Antifa. It's all there. BW says, that will come in handy for the re-education camps that the Dems have been talking about. Yeah. So if you don't know already, Democrats have been talking about online that they want to put all conservatives in re-education camps, aka the Gulag, right? That's like a socialist working camp prison. And they want to enslave you. That's basically it. They literally think that they're the heroes fighting against some sort of totalitarian regime, when really they are the useful idiots who are helping create an authoritarian regime where they think they will rule. But really, they're just going to be, re-educated like everybody else. You know what I mean? Now, it gets worse, folks, because threatening flyers are already being sent. And this is a separate story. I want to make that clear. But this is the danger. Matt Schlapp says, these flyers are being left in Kansas City neighborhoods. This on top of our former KS National Committee man getting run over on his yard due to his Trump sign. Please pray that America will reject violence and hate. And you can see this. You can see this letter. I'm going to read it to you. Dear neighbor, you have been identified by our group as being a Trump supporter. Your address has been added into our database as a target for when we attack should Trump not concede the election. We recommend that you check your home insurance policy and make that it is current and that it has adequate coverage for fire damage. You have been given a fair warning. Always remember that it was you that started the Civil War. Be prepared to face severe consequences of your preemptive actions against democracy. So, wow, what a letter, folks. Now, this flyer has been found on multiple Kansas City homes. It was reported on by the local news, and the police department has come out and said, well, nobody made a complaint, so we don't believe it. That's not real, folks. It's okay, vote Democrat, or else. Right? But no, this is exactly the kind of thing that Democrats say, would say, and have been saying. I mean, it's not even a question. How do you think they're finding people? Well, they create their databases just like their website, DonaldTrump.watch. So I am wondering, where's the left-wing version? Huh? Where can we see where all the Democrat donors have donated? Everyone who donated to Biden, in my opinion, are all morons voting for a guy who was in politics for 47 years and did nothing but enrich himself by being a corrupt politician. You see, Trump derangement syndrome is so bad in these people that they literally think that Trump is guilty of everything that the Democrats are doing on a daily basis. It's not Trump, getting money from being president, it's the Democrats. It's not Trump violating the law for money. It's the Democrats. It's Joe Biden. But no, they're going to vote for the guy because they're morons. I'm sorry, but how stupid do you have to be? You talk about corruption. You talk about division. It's the Democrats. This is what communists do. They accuse their enemy of being guilty of what they are doing. And the left-wing response, like there's so much cognitive dissonance. Blue through and through says, I'd be more worried about these letters that Daniel's manufacturing company has distributed to its employees. What is he complaining about, I wonder? This. Democratic Coalition says, this is shameless manipulation and more MAGA lies. Their employer, Daniel's manufacturing company, put letters in the recent pay stub envelopes saying if President Trump doesn't win re-election, they might lose their jobs. This is not manipulation, and it is not a lie, you jackass. I'm referring to the Democrats, right? That their thing is a literal ass, the donkey. I can tell you exactly why these messages are being sent. It's not to make people vote Trump, it's literally the truth. If Joe Biden wins, your taxes are going to skyrocket. Everyone's taxes. Now, the Biden and the Democrats have lied and said, well, we're not going to raise your taxes if you don't make more than $400,000 a year. But this is a lie. Why? Because they plan on repealing Trump's tax cuts. What happens when you get rid of a tax cut? Your taxes go up, right? So they're not directly raising your taxes. They're just getting rid of the tax cuts, which will make your taxes go higher. Do you see how that works? The narrative, the framing, it's a joke. Aaron PhD says, as someone who has never donated to Trump, and never will, I can say that this is an attack against our public and our society and is morally shameful and totalitarian. History warns against things like this, and it is a sad day in America when things like this start to exist. You see, morality policing is becoming a really big problem. Democrats and leftists have become belligerent little children, and they will do literally anything to win, and they are trying to create a society where they can deplatform you and unperson you. They can get you kicked off your banks, get you to lose your job, and shun you from society. They want to create a class system where they're able to basically make people homeless. These people are sadistic sociopaths. And isn't it funny how they always say that Trump is a sociopath? Oh, conservatives are so heartless. They have no empathy. And then they jerk off to imagery and fantasies about making conservatives work in coal mines and getting whipped. No, these people are perverts. These people are corrupt. These people are monsters. I'm not being hyperbolic. That's the scary part. Nothing I'm saying is an exaggeration. They literally want to enslave you in a workers' camp. But you know what, folks? What comes around goes around. And for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. I think the left has been biting off a lot more than it can chew for a long time. This could just be the death cry of a deranged group that is about to lose so much power in America for so long. But it could be the opposite. Maybe they are winning. Maybe the left really will take over. And maybe they're going to enslave us all. Do they really think that people are just going to lie back and take it? I don't think so. But that, my friends, is merely the obvious. Well, that's all for now, folks. What do you think about this story? Let me know down below in the comment section. As always, if you want to donate, visit my donor box page or send me crypto. Links and addresses are down below. You can also support the channel by visiting my merch stores or one of my sponsors. And sharing the video is vastly appreciated. Let everybody know about this literal morality police. Anyhow, thanks for watching. This has been Mr. Obvious, and I'll see you all next time. Been caught with his hands down his pants, literally. Tricked by Sacha Baron Cohen, aka Borat's daughter, in an inappropriate interaction. Oh, but is that true? Well, kind of, but not really. Hello everyone, this is Mr. Obvious, and today, on the internet, we're going to talk about Rudy Giuliani, a famous lawyer who is, often known as Trump's personal lawyer, who is releasing shocking evidence about the Hunter Biden emails and the horrible things that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden did. Their corrupt campaign, the money they harvested, the political favors they did, and, recently Rudy Giuliani has talked about how Hunter Biden was texting and voice calling inappropriately with underage relatives and girls. Well, apparently, Borat, you know the actor guy who made that dumb movie about Borat coming to America? It's a movie that I watched for about 5 minutes before thinking, well, this is stupid. Yeah, that Borat. So here's a major hypocrisy in all of this. The left is using this as some sort of gotcha moment, but the reality is, they're literally trying to apologize for what Hunter Biden is being accused of. So what if Hunter Biden was naked on a phone call and having inappropriate pictures of his underage niece? Allegedly. Look at Rudy Giuliani. He had his hands in his pants with a actor. So here's the story. Borat is making Borat Part 2 for some, I don't know, like Amazon Prime or some original service. Who knows? Maybe it's Hulu. And in his new film, I'm assuming, he tricked Rudy Giuliani with a 24-year-old actress. They're claiming that the actress was pretending to be underage. I don't know. But apparently this is all a fabrication, like it's kind of fake news. Rudy Giuliani was trying to give an interview to this girl who tricked him, and he takes off his mic and then he readjusts his shirt. So we're gonna break this all down, folks. I'm gonna show you all of this. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsor. I'm gonna give a shout out to Virtue Signal. It's basically a card game parody of social justice activism in which you play as a social justice warrior. The goal is to basically claim an army of NPCs. There's an expansion pack and you can get it all for only $34.98. The expansion is good, the game is good, and trust me folks, you're gonna have fun playing this. Learn more by clicking on the link down below. Okay, so this was trending on Twitter politics, and here it says, Rudy Giuliani says that the compromising scene in the new Borat film is a complete fabrication. Now, when I first saw this story, I automatically assumed that this is probably taken out of context, and also I do not care if a 24-year-old was caught with some old guy. I really don't. The dude is, I don't know how old he is, but he's old. And maybe he thought he was gonna get some. Maybe it was an interview. I don't know. I just don't care. That's completely different from what Hunter Biden was doing. And I gotta be honest, I don't really care if Hunter Biden was a pervert either. What I care about is the deep and immense political corruption in the Biden family. That's my main concern, you know? They're making million-dollar deals with foreign agents and countries and selling out the American people using taxpayer dollars to get rich. Okay, it's all bad, but we've got bigger issues here. So what they're trying to do is distract everybody from the story. Giuliani issued a statement shortly after the embargo was lifted saying, "At no time before, during, or after the interview was I ever inappropriate." Now, the woman in question was a 24-year-old posing as a journalist. And then at one point, the journalist removes his mic, and then Giuliani leans back and reaches his hand into his pants. Why? To adjust his shirt. That is his official story, and honestly, I believe it. If this was a person posing as a journalist and a supposed interview, a fake interview, it makes sense. Okay, well, you know, I'm wearing a suit, I'm gonna adjust my shirt, it got messed up when the mic was taken off. And then Borat burst into the room and says, "Do you know she is 15? She is too young for you." Yeah, hilarious, you know, classic Borat. I want you to think about how absurd this is. Borat got a fake journalist, 24-year-old woman, to catfish Rudy Giuliani. And maybe he even told her to flirt with him. Maybe he really is having his hands in his pants. Am I supposed to care? Is this supposed to invalidate the corruption of the Hunter Biden emails? Does that just disappear? No. But to the left, of course it does. You see, I've said this before, but when it comes to the left, every time they get exposed, every time a corrupt Democrat is brought to light, or the left, they always just resort to the following arguments. No, you. No, it's Trump who's corrupt. No, it's Rudy Giuliani who's corrupt. It's Russian disinformation. It's just always the same story. So, okay, so this is a little official report here that Giuliani interviewed by Borat's daughter, Tutar, posing as a conservative reporter, who then brings him to a hotel room where he reclines on a bed and seemingly puts his hand down his pants. Okay, so now even if they were gonna get it on, I don't care. They're both adults. Like, we don't actually know what he was told. Like, they're trying to say that he knew that she was a 15-year-old. Does that really make sense? I think that's a complete and utter lie. I think that's just something Borat said when he came into the room. And he says, oh, she's 15. That's too young for you. You know, because it's funny. It's like, haha, gotcha. You've been punked. That's what I think. Honestly, it is. And whatever the case is, he was adjusting his shirt, whatever. I honestly don't believe that this is what they say it is, and he's refuting it. Now, notice the difference here. Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are not refuting the Hunter Biden emails. They're not saying that any of that content is fake. Well, actually, they are. They're saying it's all fake news. But they're not denying that the contents, the laptop, the emails, they're not saying they are fake. Rudy Giuliani is saying, I was never inappropriate. I was adjusting my shirt. At least one of these people is denying the allegations. And I'm inclined to believe Giuliani. I mean, it's kind of like politics 101. You don't sleep with journalists. I really don't think that he did anything. I think Borat was just messing with him because he's Borat. That's what he does. He messes with people. One of the funny things is that Rudy actually called the cops on them. He didn't even recognize Borat because Borat is irrelevant and nobody really knows who he is. I might watch his new movie, I don't know. But do you really think that if he was doing something inappropriate, he would call the cops? No, this was a fake journalist. This was a catfish. This was a setup. And Borat was messing with him. That's what he does. That's how he makes his movies. It's weird comedy, I guess. I just don't think that it's very nice. And I also find it very suspicious. It's like he's trying to discredit the Hunter Biden emails. Not by saying that they're fake, once again, but by saying that, oh, look, Rudy's a pervert. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, okay. Definitely. Yeah, that totally makes all the corruption invalidated. Yeah, right. It doesn't matter what Borat says. I think people forget that Borat is a fictional character. But you see this a lot with the left. They can't tell truth from fiction. And it really doesn't change anybody's crimes. Okay. Now, people in the comment section are replying. BOD2 says, and this is released the day after Giuliani reveals information from the Biden emails? Funny coincidence. Time Mark says, so we learned Giuliani could be a creep. Still doesn't change the facts on Biden. And then you have the deranged left-wingers, talking about Russian agents. Oh, Giuliani is a Russian agent because he got tricked by a famous comedian. Famous? Is this guy famous? I never heard of him. But to be fair, I never heard of me neither. But honestly, it's not a big deal. I really don't, who cares? I believe him when he says he was adjusting his shirt, but maybe she was flirting with him. I don't know. There's no such thing as a journalist, though, that's a teenager, so I think that's something that Borat said, and people are just, it's confirmation bias. Oh, he must have known. What a pervert. I guess this means Hunter Biden is in the clear. Because they live in some sort of deranged parallel universe, and that's basically what everyone is saying. So here's Rudy Giuliani's official response, and we'll leave it off with this. He goes on to say, 1. The Borat video is a complete fabrication. I was taking in my shirt after taking off the recording equipment. At no time during the interview, or after the interview, was I ever inappropriate. If Sacha Baron Cohen implies otherwise, he is a stone-cold liar. Rudy W. Giuliani says, Part 2. In fact, the NY Post today reports, quote, it looks like an exaggeration through editing. As soon as I realized I was set up, I called the police, which has been noted in the THR article on July 8th. They go on to say, 3, this is an effort to blunt my relentless exposure of the criminality and depravity of Joe Biden and his entire family. And he basically goes on to talk about Joe Biden and how they have more evidence of wrongdoing. I don't know, folks. You can make up your own mind. But that, my friends, is pretty much the story. You have the deranged left, and they're doing what they do best. We don't care about our people. Rules for thee, but not for me. But that, my friends, is merely the obvious. They are so desperate. But let me know what you think down below in the comment section. As always, if you want to support the channel, you can join me on Patreon or Subscribestar. You can support the channel by visiting my donor box page or sending me crypto. Links and addresses are down below. You can also support the channel by visiting my merch store or one of my sponsors. Anyhow, thanks for watching. Please consider sharing the video, and I'll see you all next time. Bada boom. I bet I could make a funnier Borat film.
Comrade Joe? Putin says he could work with Biden despite anti-Russia rhetoric because the Democratic Party is closer to the ideas that birthed communism.
Let me just jump in though. She was asking about the Green New Deal. Do you back that, or do you think it's too much?
No, I don't think it's too much. No, I have my own deal. I've laid it out in great detail. It requires for us to move in a direction to fundamentally change the way in which we deal with the environment.
Joe Biden is a communist.
I don't know. Very saddening it was. But that was yesterday. Today, the National Day of Action. The event at Roots 101 Poetry. I keep saying Poetry Slam because that's an event that I was running at Roots 101. Soon to bring back once it's socially acceptable to do so. Roots 101 Poetry Slam. Hosted by Deep Sea Rice. But yeah, I keep saying Roots 101 Poetry Slam, but it's called Roots 101 African American History Museum. Yeah. There were other events as well today. I hope you all were able to tune in to Tara Bassett's live, Summer Dickerson's live, and other live streams from earlier today that I sadly missed out on because of research and homework I've been doing. Yes, Blair, I have an appointment tomorrow to get it fixed. Just had to wait a day. It'll all be taken care of. It's a beautiful night tonight. Beautiful night. You know, I often hear the question that cycles around and around asking, when are things going to go back to normal? I just don't ever see things going back to normal. If normal equals that of what we experienced pre-COVID-19 quarantine. I don't know.
I just go flag it. He hates you now.
Exactly like.
This is the new normal indeed. You know, at that event at Roots 101, Carlene Pinto spoke. It's always amazing to hear her speak. She's obviously well educated and delivers that information. Really makes you amped up to do what you gotta do. Keep educating yourself. She spoke on some very, very, very important facts. I really appreciate her. And her coming there and being there at that event. Rest in peace, Breonna Taylor. How you doing, Chris?
What's up, bro?
Oh, not bad.
Live and direct.
Live and direct. Rest in peace, David McAtee. That's what I keep asking myself too. I don't know. Certainly hope not. Interesting. I appreciate your appreciation. Rest in peace, Tyler Girth. Oh, I won't. gonna sign off for the night, everyone. Wish you all a pleasant evening. Been through so much together in this square. So much outside of the square. As they say, there's so much work to be done. But if you do nothing else, I hope you stay alive. Got the chance to sit down with Barbara Sexton Smith and Shamika Parrish Wright and talk about their efforts on no-knock warrants, both statewide and nationwide. That'll be coming out soon. More than likely Monday. Looking forward to getting that out there. It's very informative as it relates to what it's going to take to get those no-knock warrants passed statewide, city by city, nationwide. What they're looking for from the community to assist in that process. Tomorrow, Tanya. Hasta mañana.
She was running towards the back on screen. That was a damn moment. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, but I was like, flashback, take control, that's forward.
Oh, that's right, you've been arrested before.
Yeah. It's like whoever gets to evac first just gets in the back because then I can fill it in from there. But yeah.
Alright, everyone's safe. That's it for the night. Good night, y'all. We gotta discuss some things. Some things and stuff.
That's
There's no stripper named Peanut Butter, but I wanted to just say I just wanted to say a weird ass fucking name, but oh shit. Princess's fucking unicorn's boyfriend? What?
Oh shit. What time is it right now?
It is 8:30.
Okay.
Like, I think stripping is almost as cutthroat as cheerleading.
I'd say a little bit more cutthroat.
Yeah, it's actually more. Cheerleaders are just strippers in training, I swear to God. Like, say I'm wrong.
I mean, I really can't.
Prove me wrong. Like, actually, like, when I was cheerleading, I don't know. Oh, someone's a shithead.
Did someone later try throwing that out from where does that come from? The top? Yo, what the fuck?
Like, okay, so back to my story. Like, when I was cheerleading, and my job was, hold up the girls, do push-ups. This was after my injury. I don't know a single one of those girls that did not.
That was a random can from up there.
That was a can thrown from the top.
Yeah, we don't know who threw it, and I don't really give a shit. They didn't hit us.
Yeah, I don't know a single girl in my squad that I actually still talk to that's not a stripper. Nothing wrong with being a stripper. I love strippers. I really do. I like them a lot.
I do not like them.
But they definitely do have a lot of beef every fucking night. Someone's always gonna fuck somebody up. Like, those little sweet girls ain't sweet, just so you know. Like, they're not. They're not.
They about that money.
I mean, there are a few of them. They are really good at making people think that they are in love with you. I mean, I've actually left a stripper, but but would I marry a stripper? Depends on how long I've known her. Like, just cause everybody's seen her, just cause people see my girl naked don't mean shit. At this point, stripping is just ancient. It's just an ancient form of fucking OnlyFans.
Kinda is.
It's just a prehistoric. So.
But you can touch them sometimes.
So. As long as I know my girl ain't fucking one of these dudes, I don't give a fuck. Like, you could be a stripper. Shit. Let's do house parties, girl. Let's do house parties, baby.
All right, so we need to plan this out and see what's happening at 9.
Like you like male strippers. I thought you was talking about like, since the previous comment was, would he marry a stripper, and then I didn't read the word I. All I heard was like male strippers. Like, would you marry a stripper like male strippers? No.
Okay, I'm gonna end the stream real quick. Okay. All right. I need to find out what the hell's going on so we can plan this shit. All right. Thank you.
Smash all these little systems in these little cities in a corrupt system. Stockton, Modesto, Manteca, Lodi, Ripon, Lathrop. These are small cities that's getting really hit hard. and a lot of y'all don't even know nothing about. A lot of y'all can't even imagine. We got families right now that loved ones who were shot and killed, and they're scared to even talk to y'all. They're scared for the disappointment of no support. That's why a lot of families don't come out, because they don't get the support. I had a mother with me in Minnesota. Her son was murdered the same day, but 2014. And we was in Washington, D.C. That was a joke. Washington, D.C., I'm telling y'all, if you got your camera, that was a joke. That was a joke. What did we go to, what did we comfort to go into the joke to Al Sharpton showed us to go? What was that? I bought my own way. They had rewards. They had dinner. We out there marching. But I'm not here to knock no mother. But come on, mother. They're whipping us because we're dividing. That mothers, in them high-profile mothers, they can help us out. And I'm not by action about no money. Because same corrupts in your case, the same lead to my case. We all got the information. You educate me what I expect to go.
Okay, so let's see. We go to Facebook. It doesn't show your live. Oh, shit, there it goes. Popped up. And we are multi-streaming. So we should be on Facebook and YouTube. I don't see nothing on YouTube. That's last night video. I don't know. I'm trying to find click the page through there. Okay, now my shit's gonna start. Oh shit, I can read. Shit, we can read chat. What's up, everybody? What if I try to, can you link any phones to that? Huh? You gotta have the remote. Like that way I can you guys hear us all right? Mirror it or something to my phone? No YouTube? What do you mean no YouTube? It's supposed to be on YouTube. It's showing YouTube. Nope. That's what I was telling you. Oh, come on, man. It's supposed to be airing on YouTube right now, too. You see the watermark and the city that we're in? What's happening? So YouTube is still giving me an issue with it. Son of a bitch. Yep, it's not going on YouTube. Thank you for loving the new watermark. It used to be better when I was able to, when I had it in our own design, our own font. But when we get over here and get parked, I'm going to figure out why YouTube ain't working on it. I'll get that figured out tonight. But does the quality look like it's 1080p to you guys? Well, it also depends on what kind of devices they're watching on, too. You gotta be 10. Turn that off. Figure this out. What the hell is that line in it? Oh, that's the chat line.
apparently this message has grown.
I just spouted a lie. We just agreed, so you agreed with the lie?
Your vaccine shit is a lie.
It's not
it's
shit.
killing children.
You need to
killing children.
You need to look.
I have 3
It's been vaccines have killed. This COVID vaccine, somebody just died over in Spain.
They
or
didn't.
Portugal.
It was a placebo. What
No,
the
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Do you know what a placebo is? You fucking ignorant fuck.
See, I'm done with you.
Sue for your family too, motherfucker.
I showed you guys
cannot
respect.
stand by.
I showed you respect that you would.
Shit.
I showed you.
Telling us that vaccines kill our children. No, I'm fucking over it. I'm over it. We're not. No. No.
It is actually
This
personal.
is like
That was
to be
pathetic.
honest. Like, it's personal for everyone.
I never once called you a name or said anything against you, and you just went.
I have 3 children.
Hey, tirade.
I have
It
3
shows.
children.
It shows your immaturity and your
I have
mentality.
3
It
children,
shows
and the
you-
message you're telling people is threatening the lives of my kids and their friends. I am not going to stand by while some ignorant motherfucker who denies the truth of science threatens my children.
Look at that. Look at that.
You just pointed the finger too.
I didn't call him a name. I just sat there and said.
You know what? I don't give a shit.
Oh,
No.
that's such a cheat.
Civility is out the window if you're denying this.
With your side, it always.
No, this is what got us here.
He's
fucking
talking about you
idiots.
pointing a finger.
Go
He
and
wasn't
learn what
pointing a
critical
finger.
thinking is, and then we'll.
I'm sorry, but when I was in trouble and I was wrong, my mom pointed a finger at me.
Piece of shit.
Hey, don't go walking into traffic. Don't walk into traffic.
You're a fucking anti-vaxxer. There's no reasonable conversation. This shit is fucking killing people. Get your head out of your ass. You're responsible for people dying. You.
You don't know what you're talking about. There's a class action lawsuit against several of the big pharma over vaccines. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I'll agree with you on this.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'll agree with you on this.
Buddy, you don't know what you're talking about. You go back and look inside.
Jesus loves you. And at the pearly gates.
You have no class.
You're alright. Don't, no. Do you need to breathe? Do some deep breathing, homie. Do some deep breathing.
We're gonna awaken to it eventually.
We out here. Oh my God, I knew. Any day now, the lid was gonna blow.
Joe Biden.
You have to put it back on. You know,
I
know what you gotta do. You always Trump. He's so tired of this shit.
I'm like, why is he back? He wants to smoke. Girl, my heart. I was like, I'm scared. These show sports gonna come out. Okay.
I know. You're cool.
So like, you know, you gotta take a little walk down the street.
Yeah.
That's one of them. You gotta walk down
He is so fucking tired of this shit. Right? Like, yeah, I'm supposed to say he's tired of it. But I mean, he fucking knows. I was out here at 4:30. We don't live very far away. He had to go back home. He had to go back home and get dinner for my kids.
I heard that. A great parent and
Yeah. Not only that, like, Nashville's been fucking quiet. You know, like, we have like a big ass like sustained occupation, but Nashville's been kind of quiet. So yeah, he's kind of over. Yeah.
But see, Nashville's funny because Nashville is a different. It's a Republican. It's a red state.
No, but the city isn't. No. My God, the last time Nashville voted for a Republican was like, maybe.
I'm not even going to lie.
1986 or some shit.
Yeah, seeing all these white people voting for Biden and Harris, it gave me a little hope. It gave me a little hope.
No, this is, I mean, we're in Kentucky.
Bowling Green, but I'm from Louisville.
Oh, well, shit. Well, I went to Western.
You went to Western?
Yeah, like I just graduated.
Really?
Like 4 years ago.
You just graduated. That's
But I had 3 kids, and I drove from Nashville to Bowling Green every fucking day.
So you're from Bowling Green?
No, I'm from Nashville. I commuted up there every fucking day to get my shit done. Yeah, because everybody was like, get it done, your kids are gonna be better for it. And I'm missing like my baby's first steps and shit. And everybody in Bowling Green is so fucking disconnected with reality.
Oh, yeah.
It was insane. Like, I went up there for journalism. I ended up quitting fucking journalism because it was bullshit. They taught you how to manipulate people. I ended up doing art. Because that was way better. But yeah, like I had like an assignment to go find out about like the shake rag community. Really? Yeah. And like I couldn't find shit. Like I'm like, it's gone. Yeah, it's fucking gone. That's what I did my fucking story about.
So where'd you write it about?
What's that?
Like where'd you write? You wrote it on that. So
Yeah, I went and showed like what was in this shake rag neighborhood that isn't there anymore. Now it's, you know, like Taco Bell and donuts and shit. Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck happened to Bowling Green? And I'm not from there, so I didn't know everything. Like, I'm from Nashville. I know the fucking sit-ins here. I know this shit because this is part of my fucking history.
Right.
It's everybody's fucking history. But holy shit. I was just in Louisville like a month ago.
That's my
I
hometown.
guess.
And I moved to Bowling Green on 12.
There is one thing about Louisville that like I hear constantly. And I don't go very often, so I suck at it. I can't ever like say anything about Louisville. But everybody's always like, it's miserable there.
It's miserable, but it's more diverse than Bowling Green is. I like Louisville better than Bowling Green.
Oh, thank God I never lived in Bowling Green.
Yeah, I hate Bowling Green. It's racist, like tears.
Bowling Green was
white
shit.
supremacist.
Oh my God.
Racist.
I fucking hate it. Every fucking minute I was in that fucking town. And again, I was commuting, so I got to come back home. I would come on 65, and there's one point where you can see the town, and I'm like, oh,
Breeze, you're right.
but, oh my God, people are actually fucking normal now. Like, they're not a bunch of fucking shithead white kids and a bunch of vets. There were a bunch of vets, which hate me for being a vet, but they would come in and they got treated like shit. And then they didn't understand why they were being treated like shit. I'm a vet. I got the GI Bill. I'm here in school. I'm not doing anything. Like, they wouldn't show up to class, whatever. But, oh my God, Bowling Green is just... I'm like, I can't fix all y'all's problems. I'm having kids. I was pregnant 2 fucking semesters there. And I'm like, all y'all, just stay away from me.
Like whenever that whole Breonna Taylor case, whenever her murders were not charged.
Oh, I was in Louisville for that.
I couldn't go home. I wanted to go home that week with my mom being late.
I was so freaked out, like, what? Okay. Yeah, no, I drove up because I was like, I need to be up there. I need to kind of see what's going on. And honestly, like, I had a great time.
I would have
in a time where it's like, this is some bullshit.
I would have been
But
mad,
I was with
like,
so many fucking people and taking over the streets.
Yeah, you know.
And it was the day that like the grand jury had released like their decision, and I'm like,
Y'all have my disagreements with him, of course.
you know, like everybody's fucking, everybody should be fucking pissed.
And when I tell you, when Philando Castro, when he was shot and killed in front of his daughter, that was it for me. Trayvon happened when I was 12.
I was about
to
to say,
my age. That nigga, the little boy was my age. Y'all hear me? That hit home for me. It started with him. By the time Philando Castro died, I couldn't do it no more. I couldn't do it.
That's, yeah, I was in like 6th grade when fucking LA happened, and I was like, yeah. And that was the first time I was like, you know, I'm asking my mom. Because at that age, you gotta ask your mom.
Like, yes.
And my mom's like, I don't know what to say. Like,
What do you tell a child at that
yeah,
age? This man was
cops
killed?
aren't bad, but cops are fucking bad. And I'm like, I don't understand why it happened to him. Yeah.
The thing is, all cops are period.
Yeah.
The thing is, you have to realize your history of cops. Where did cops come from? Cops came from slavery.
Yes.
Cops, they're originally there to keep the black people in order to make sure that they don't go nowhere. There's a lot of laws still in place today that came after slavery was free. or after the slaves were free.
Yeah.
Loitering, jaywalking, all this, that came from slavery. They don't want to worry
Oh,
about
and it
that.
goes so much deeper now. It's all we just think it's normal though.
Yes, it's so much
When you get child services in this shit,
Yeah.
holy shit.
Yeah.
You got child services that are actually targeting black communities. And it's for profit.
All of it is.
Anybody
Time
who's
out.
working in this
This
shit
country, and this
is
is
getting
the
a
thing that gets me.
paycheck to reinforce.
This is the thing that gets me about this whole country. Jamestown. Y'all came over here, what year was that? 1612, something like that? Okay.
I do
but
art.
listen, Jamestown, y'all came over here 1612. Let's say 1612. Okay, y'all came over here in 1612. It was nothing but rich white men.
Yeah.
Y'all died within the first year because you didn't want to do anything. You literally went back home to Europe or wherever, got white people, or more white people, they didn't want to do it. That's when you went over to Africa in 1619 and started pulling black people from there. Then you were lying to them, telling about you're taking their people back and doing whatever. That's honestly why when people say, oh, Africans were selling to Africans, yeah, they were, because they thought that you was going to go treat them wrong. And the thing is, what a lot of people don't realize, each country in Africa is different from the other. Just like how you can be from Kentucky and I'm from Indiana.
Right.
We're completely different. So when they
Thank
explore
you
these Africans,
so
they're completely
fucking
different
much.
from each other. But the thing is, at the end of any of this, all of this, America would not be here if it was not for slaves or not for black people. Period, point blank. For the simple fact that you was over here first and you couldn't do shit on your own.
Who
You
built
couldn't.
this shit?
Black people. No,
Who built this shit?
Come out. The courtyard. They have I think it's here. It is here. The national, not the national. Whatever, the courthouse. They have like a garden or whatever. That used to be an auction platform for slaves. I don't know if you know the Love Circle. You've heard of that?
Yeah, I grew up on Love Circle.
This is a circle they used to have the slaves rolling down the hills for their.
Shut the fuck up. I haven't even heard about that shit. That's where I grew up.
Yes, on the Love Circle. They used to have the slaves roll down and they'll be the physicals. Then they would take it from the Love Circle to the garden downtown. I think it's like 4 little plaques that's in the somewhere downtown in the court building or whatever outside. It's 4 plaques. It's 4 brown plaques. Those used to be the plaques where they used to have the slaves stand on top, and that's where they would auction them off.
That's crazy.
None of this would not be here if it was not for them.
Right.
Period, point blank. For a simple fact
No,
that
I
y'all
always
here
point that
so-
shit out because, every time somebody wants to say, like, some great American invention, who fucking built that fucking railroad?
Thank you.
Who built that
Because the thing
railroad?
is,
And it wasn't even just blacks. It's like incarcerated,
Yes.
though.
The incarceration didn't even start until slaves were freed. Jails,
And then why we need it? Why do we need it?
Because what is it supposed to be for? It's supposed to be for reform. You're not reforming them.
It doesn't take a fucking genius to understand this shit.
It takes common sense and to have a heart.
And
to
that's
really be open.
the biggest problem about like trying to fucking make any sense to someone who wants to fucking deny.
That right privilege, but you gotta also
Exactly.
You have to realize that that is real.
It
You have to
is.
realize that that's real.
Holy shit. Thank you so much for talking to me. Like,
Thank you.
that was such a fucking breath of fresh air. Like,
Where's your husband go?
oh,
Right.
I think
He's over there.
he's got someone else.
Look at him.
Calm him down.
That boy was after a dream and he's probably like inspiration to him now.
Oh, probably, yeah.
How many kids?
That's,
You had 3?
yeah, we got 3.
And they're gonna. How old are they?
14, high school freshman.
You're 14.
Yeah, he COVID freshman, He's not in school in person, but I'm like, you're not missing that much. And then we got 8-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy. Yeah, they're sweethearts. They actually protested tonight.
They protested?
Yeah, they learned all about it.
I love that.
Yeah.
My kids do.
They learn so much about it. They protest bedtime and talk about, oh my goodness, oh my god, that just scared the fucking shit out of me.
She's fine.
Oh my god.
I thought someone was about to try to come take me.
Yeah, I was about to
I was.
freak out. That looked like a hug. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I was like, wow. Where you at? Am I doing something? I thought she was about to go. And I see her here, I'm like,
It was nice talking to you guys. Holy shit. Thank you. I hope you're okay. That scared, that seriously scared the shit. It looked like a fucking coming out of nowhere. And I'm like, we just went back into history and it's feeling real. And I'm like,
that was the thing right there. Look,
That's
shit that goes with it.
You guys
have a good night.
Yeah, and have a safe trip. Get home safe. Oh,
yeah, we're going to Tennessee State.
Oh shit! Oh my god, my mom used to teach over there. Oh yeah. She was in the dental hygiene department.
She's part of the HBC.
That's
We love her. Yes.
yeah. My mom, she was at oh my gosh, Meharry, and then she went over to TSU. Yeah. Well, yeah. Still be safe.
Thank you, you too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not a safe trip, but get home safe.
You know, you probably could have been more productive. But I don't necessarily think that
Hold this.
inherently.
Man.
Are you live?
Oh shit, I probably am, aren't I? Oh my god. I totally forgot. I got to talking. I'll just delete the whole damn thing. I don't like talking.
Well, I don't like being on camera.
Oh, yeah, I'm damn right.
You're going down.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Sorry. There's the neon light again. Oh damn, I actually fucking forgot I was live, y'all. I probably want to read any of it.
I gotta go with Godfather because it's the reason I think I prefer one is just there's something about the cutscenes and two that you know how it flashes back. Yeah, I like that, but it makes for I don't know. I like how the first one came on screen. I guess. Yeah, there's parts of two that are so great. Yeah, there's some scenes in there that are just killer, man. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I didn't.
I know.
I didn't even remember that I was live
Oh, that's cool.
for a long time.
Oh, I'm still on.
Is this the guy who's like running production or something? Because you were in here with him and he's walking around with a matchbook. It's not that cute.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Five is out. Can you see five is out? That's what I was asking, but there's no crosswalk here, you know? You have to go to...
We'll walk down and cross.
Does it actually exist? I don't think it does. You have to go to the triangle, then cross, then back. Oh, look. Are these doing their... What time is it? Is it 10? Is it... It's 11:13. Oh. Why are they doing that now?
Calling myself.
Yeah, you went for it, man.
You seen that?
Do you want me to go hit the button that doesn't do anything? It's the walk button. It beeps. Look, let's walk down. You see, here you can cross. Because you get a button and it will beep. Maybe. Now it's broken. We just wait. Expect luxury. No, expect luxury. Something that's interesting in Nashville that I haven't experienced in DC or in Louisville is there's just like the scooters, the rental.
How's everybody doing? Good evening, everybody. I'm going to do a quick video. And I decided to come over here to show you the lies of today. And I believe that in this particular moment, with our platform, we can help the American public to know the truth and the absolute truth about the influx of migrants, the caravans, but ultimately what has been going on for the past almost 3 years in our borders with child trafficking in this globalist compact of immigration. Why you're lying, Joe? Why are you lying? This is the problem, Joe. You know what is the problem? That the person that is holding this phone right now, it's a Mexican citizen. It's a Tijuana citizen. And I wanted to come over here so you can see that I'm actually in Tijuana. And I've been broadcasting for more than 2 years about the influx of migrants and the trafficking of children. that has been occurring in our borders and to support the President of the United States of America, which he was telling you in front of everybody who built the cages. Number one, you didn't answer. And number two, all the lies about you and the child trafficking that is occurring in our borders. Let me flip the camera, Joe, so you can look at me. Look at me. This place right here. I remember broadcasting from this place at a particular moment, Joe. Back in 2008. Do you remember the globalist compact of immigration, Joe Biden? Do you remember it? The globalist compact of immigration? I know you do, because under your administration and the Obama administration, you signed it. You actually remember the globalist compact of immigration? Or you forgot, Joe, about the globalist compact of immigration? That it was signed by the 154 countries? And all those countries want open borders to migrate freely and to every country to take care of them without no security measures, without no identity, and nobody's migrating peacefully, documented, and with a purpose. Do you remember that, Joe Biden? The globalist compact of immigration that you signed with President, at that particular moment, Barack Obama. Do you remember that? And in that particular moment, when you signed it, also Enrique Peña Nieto, the president that it was in the government of Mexico, signed it also. Do you remember? I think you remember. You don't remember? I think you do. Even the camotero knows. In 2014, more than 90,000 kids got lost in your administration. And in 2015, you got confronted by every mainstream media of the children in cages that you had. MSNBC, NBC, CBS, ABC, Washington Post, Washington Times, the New York Times, the New York Post, the LA Times. Every single newspaper and mainstream media was asking you about the children in cages. And there's actually pictures about it. But it was until your president, Barack Obama, that signed the globalist compact of immigration, which it is a globalist compact with the United Nations that pushes the influx of migrants with the International Commission of Human Rights. You remember that, Joe? I know you remember it because you signed it. You remember it. And when you signed it, I don't know if you remember 2018, Joe. Do you remember 2018? Let me walk to you where it was. Do you remember this place, Joe? I sure do. This right here, Joe, is where the asylum seeker line was doing. This is where all the people that they come from all parts of the world stand right here, hungry, waiting because of the globalist compact of immigration that you signed with Barack Obama and that you had ready with Hillary Clinton to sign it. And you were so psyched because you thought that Hillary Clinton was going to win the next election and that you were going to convert the United States of America in an open border agenda in a globalist country. You remember that, Joe? Do you remember it? But oh, surprise, Joe. What happened? Hillary Clinton didn't win. And who won? President Donald Trump. And he did not sign the globalist compact of immigration. Do you know about the globalist compact of immigration, or you're acting stupid and you don't remember what the globalist compact of immigration is? Do you remember it? Because it's signed by 154 countries. And in those caravans that the United Nations and that globalist compact, that is broken system,
It puts in danger every migrant to jungles, through seas, through deserts, through mountains. And they migrate to more than 9 countries to get to a border where you and your democratic system and your democratic liberals, that they come to my country of Mexico, violating the Article 33 of the Constitution. No foreigner can get involved in a foreign country with foreign politics, and that is where your American liberals are coming. And this is what you didn't say in the debate, Joe. You didn't say anything about this, Joe. That in 2019, with all these influx of migrants, were instigated and motivated to cross illegal to your country. They were instigated and motivated by leftist radicals and by leftist nonprofit organizations. Do you remember that, Joe? You don't remember it, right? Because I was right here, Joe. Where all American liberals, leftist liberals that I confronted, Antifa that I confronted right here. What the hell you're doing in the country of Mexico? Violating our Mexican Constitution, trafficking children, and nonprofit organizations that they're making fake marriages and fake families to cheat on a loophole to cross to the United States of America, Joe. Do you remember that, Joe? Do you remember it? Because they are lawyers from your country, Joe, from the United States of America, that they're living over here in our country of Mexico, and they're creating fake marriages and fake families so they can cheat on a loophole and cross to the United States of America. You forgot about that, Joe, or you didn't forget about that? I sure did not. So I seen it. I have broadcast it. I have seen how they have made fake families. And they're cheating on all these immigrants, telling them that they're going to get the asylum and they're going to get the refugee place. But they're not, Joe. Do you know how many kids they have been trafficked since 2018, Joe? You didn't say that fraction, huh? You forgot about that, Joe? 34,000 kids have been trafficked since 2018. 34,000 kids have been trafficked since 2018. You forgot about something, Joe? You forgot about something. Do you know what the administration of Trump is doing? They're asking about the 500 kids that they are separated from their families. Do you know that the International Commission of Human Rights was asked in Mexico if they could do a DNA test to the kids, because those are fake parents and those are fake families? And do you know what the International Commission of Human Rights told the government of Mexico? You're violating your parents' right. Wait a minute, that's not even their parent. The parent doesn't even remember when he was born. The American immigration law, and you don't even know it, Joe, it's so broken and it's so easy to cheat that these liberals, what they're doing is they're making a humongous business by creating fake families and fake marriages and trafficking amounts and amounts of children through your borders, Joe. Do you know the enormous trafficking of children that is occurring in Arizona, Joe, in Yuma, in Ajo, Arizona? Do you know about your leftist liberal agenda that is all these nonprofit organizations in Arizona like No More Deaths? That they have been trafficking children through that border? Do you remember Pueblos Sin Fronteras? Do you know about that organization that is operating from Chicago all the way to South America and all the way to Europe? Do you know about that, Joe, or you forgot about that? Border Support Network, Caravan Support Network, By All Means Necessary, BAM, Antifa, all of these nonprofit organizations, they're operating in my country, Joe. You forgot about that? Do you know how many fake families that were registered in the year of 2018? 4,800 fake families, Joe. 4,800 fake families that were registered, Joe, in the year of 2018. And in the year of 2019, 5,800 fake families that were registered crossing illegally to the border. And do you know why they're separating them, Joe? It's logic, Joe. Let me change the camera so you will just look at this, Joe. Right here. All bum rush in the border, Joe. This is the port of entry or Chaparral of our beautiful city of Tijuana, Baja California. That is the United States of America on the other side, Joe. All these people were bum rush in the border. Do you remember that? Signing the Globalist Compact of Immigration. I have traveled, Joe, 3 times to Guatemala and 3 times to Tapachula. And I have seen it. How all these children are being bought by coyotes and traffickers. That they're making fake families and fake marriages to cheat on the loophole to cross to your country of the United States of America. And then you're asking why these parents are not giving their kids back. Do you know why, Joe? Have you asked these so-called parents for their identification? For their birth certificate? Why they are denying the DNA test? Do you know that the only country that is doing DNA testing to real parents is the United States of America because of the enormous influx of migrants and the enormous trafficking of children and trafficking of kids that is occurring? Why you're not talking about this? You know, this statistic, Joe, I want to tell you this statistic, this small statistic. You signed a globalist compact of immigration with Barack Obama. God bless President Trump that he did not sign it. And then Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, this leftist socialist wannabe dictator president that we have, signed the globalist compact of immigration. And also Trudeau in Canada signed this globalist compact of immigration, suffocating the United States of America with an influx of migrants with a strategy to break the system and to also open the borders. Why you were not talking about that, Joe? And in all this enormous influx of migrants, there's a lot of violence. There's a lot of delinquents. There's a lot of rape. There's a lot of trafficking of cocaine, there's a lot of trafficking of organs, and there's a lot of trafficking of children, and there's a lot of trafficking of humans. Do you forgot about how many, do you know about this statistic, Joe? Let me just tell you this little factor that you forgot about in the debate. You want people to migrate to your country, right, Joe? Because it's a necessity and it's a refugee, it's a necessity. Right? Do you know that Mexico is #1 for cartel activity, Joe? #2 for killings of women in Latin America, and #2 for trafficking of children in Latin America, #4 for trafficking of humans in Latin America, and #5 for clandestine bearings in the world, Joe. So, who is the inhuman? You that you're provoking and you're instigating people to migrate through Mexico? Trying to make Mexico a third world secure country when Mexico has more than 60 million in poverty, 28 million in critical condition, 68 million without medical care. More than 85,000 people have been killed for cartel activity in this 20-some months of the administration of this recent president. And you're talking about immigration, Joe? You're talking about trafficking of children? You haven't read the newspaper, how, Joe? You forgot about that. You forgot about how the administration of Trump, yes, probably is separating, but not from their parents, because their parents are not here. That is a fake family that just bought this kid for them to obtain the loophole and to cross illegally to the United States of America, to cheat on an immigration law. And not only that, that kid has already been arranged to be trafficked, to be violated, raped, even sold in the United States of America. Why you don't talk about that, Joe? You don't say anything about that, huh? How are you gonna push an immigration system through a country that is so insecure like my country of Mexico and tell everybody that it can be a refugee? Refugees from Africa, you're provoking people from Africa. We have seen right here, Joe, I remember. Let me just walk a little bit with you, Joe. Let me just walk a little bit with you. Right here, there were migrants of Cameroon migrants of Ghana, migrants of Angola, migrants of Syria, all migrants from across the world asking for refugee and asylum case. Do you know the top 5 cities for violence and delinquents in the world, Joe? Which ones they are? 5 are from Mexico, Joe. They're not from Central America, I'll tell you. San Pedro Sula is number 15 of the world for violence and delinquents. Why you're not talking about that, Joe? Do you know this little statistic that you forgot in this debate? Almost 72,000 kids have been rescued from being trafficked from an unaccompanied children. 72,000 in the administration of Trump. 4 years, and they have rescued 72,000 unaccompanied children that they have been trafficked through our borders of Mexico. You're talking about border security, Joe? Do you know how many illegal entrances were in your administration? Do you know how the enormous drug and cocaine and methamphetamine and heroin was crossing through your borders at that particular time? Do you remember that, Joe? Or you forgot? You forgot about that? You forgot that in your administration with Barack Obama, you were the one that deported more Mexicans in the history of the United States of America? And that Mexicans committed the crime, they committed a crime mostly that is called illegal reentry. And it was a business that you were doing with private prisons, with the MCC, the CCAs, and the GOs. So you deported people, and by necessity, they will come back. You deport them, they will come back. You deport them, they will come back. And you will have a great human business with the private prisons, Joe. Do you remember that, Joe? What'd you do, Joe, with all the children that they were trafficking in your administration? I want to ask you. It's just a simple question. I just want to ask you, Joe, what you did with all the children that they were trafficking in your administration. Why the ACLU wants to dismantle the Department of Homeland Security. Do you know why, Joe? That the ACLU wants to dismantle the Department of Homeland Security? Because Donald Trump is hurting their business. Oh yes, Joe. All these nonprofit organizations and all these liberals that they're coming over here to this place. This place, Joe. This place right here. Where you make your business. All these ACLUs, all these people, all these American leftist liberals that they come over here. They're hitting them in their pockets, Joe. Because they cannot traffic like they used to. They cannot make a fake family like they used to. They cannot make a fake marriage like they used to. They cannot traffic children like they used to. I have seen it, I watched it, I recorded, I documented all of it. You're not gonna lie to me, Joe. You're not gonna lie in front of the United States of America and tell everybody that trafficking of children, it does not exist. And our borders humongously exist. You have been cheating. Why you don't say nothing about Antifa being in our borders trafficking children, Joe? Being radical and instigating and motivating people. Just yesterday was a protest, Joe, right here in front, protesting for refugees, Joe. Right there, all the way to the front, Joe. Right there. They were coming over here. United States citizens in Tijuana violating Article 33 of the Constitution, protesting, Joe, of something political in a foreign country. How funny it is, Joe. Foreigners helping foreigners in a foreign country, Joe. Why you didn't say anything about that? Why you haven't said that President Trump has put children in the hotel in the Hamptons in El Paso and also in Arizona, and he is deporting them or returning them back home? And if you're asking why you haven't left what all those 500 and some kids that you're talking about, listen, Joe, right here, let me put a helicopter right here, Joe. This is the immigration helicopter. Do you know which You know that authority, right, Joe? That is the United States Customs right there. God bless their hearts. You were talking about the 500 and some kids that they haven't returned back, that they haven't been returned back to their parents. You were talking about that, right, Joe? Do you know why they haven't been returned back? Because they're not doing a horrific and horrible job like the Obama administration was doing, that they were returning them and deporting them back to coyotes and traffickers. And the Trump administration, they're actually returning them to their actual parent, Joe. And they're actually working with the immigrational system in Mexico so they can actually take them back all the way to Tapachula, to the border to Guatemala, and return them back to their legal guardian or real parent. Not like you. The 90,000 kids got lost in the year 2014. That all the kids were being returned back to coyotes and traffickers and all these people, Joe. You haven't remembered this, huh? You forgot about this, Joe? Why you haven't said about nothing about the globalist compact of immigration, Joe? What are you going to do if you win the election? Are you going to sign the globalist compact of immigration? I think you're going to sign it, huh? And then why you haven't talked that if you signed the globalist compact of immigration, that Hillary was going to sign it because you had it ready with Barack Obama for Hillary to sign it? Why you haven't talked about the globalist compact of education that is coming? You are really good friends with George Soros, how, Joe? That is your best friend, huh? Why you haven't talked about the World Health Organization and the Commission, the International Commission of Human Rights, and the Universal Commission of Human Rights, that they're changing their constitution and they're applying the constitution to make it similar to every single constitution, because if you sign all these globalist compacts, you are a globalist country. But you forgot about saying that, huh, Joe? Huh? Have you talked about how all these children, they're suffering through countries, they're coming all the way from South America, being trafficked, being raped, and being violated? I have documented, and I have talked to migrants that they have been raped, they have been abused by coyotes, and also they have kidnapped their children to sell them to another family so they can cross to the United States of America. Do you forgot about that, Joe? I think that you forgot about that, huh? I think that you forgot, huh? So there's no fake families, Joe? There's none? There's not a globalist compact of immigration that you forgot to talk about that, Joe? And listen, Joe. Listen. God bless President Trump, Joe. First of all, first and foremost. But before I go, and before I say goodbye to you, Joe, here is a Mexican citizen that loves his beautiful country, Mexico. There you go, Joe. There you go. It says right there, Mexico. This is the border that connects to my neighbor, that is a beautiful neighbor, that is the most capitalist country in the world, Joe, for you to understand. The most capitalist country in the world, the most beautiful country that exists, that is the United States of America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. But here, Joe, I love my country of Mexico. I'm a proud Mexican, Joe. And I'm telling you this as a Mexican citizen. Mexico, Tijuana. So you would understand that you're lying. And that nobody believes your lies. And that you're not going to win. And you're not going to be president. The enormous trafficking of children, it is being detained, and children are being saved right now in the Trump administration. And all the people that they're crying right now are leftist liberals. Leftist liberals. Because they don't understand that this is a broken system. That the United Nations made this globalist compact of immigration to collapse the economy, to collapse the borders, and to open the borders. And to forget about sovereign nations. They made this globalist compact. Do you think, Joe, that they care about migrants migrating through 9 countries, Joe? good globalist compact of immigration, is that a good system? I'm just asking you. Is that a good system, Joe? Or is it not? Let me take you, Joe. Let me just, before I go, I want to take you right here. Let me flip the camera right here so I can take you to this place, Joe. So you will forever remember this video. And I don't know if you're going to watch it. I don't think that you're going to watch it. You're too busy and you're too old and you're going to forget. You're even going to forget what you said tonight. This right here, Joe, is where hundreds of people come to ask for a political asylum. Hundreds. And it's like a human market, Joe. And right here at this little space right here, there's American liberals coming all day, every day, to see if they can get a family and they can create a family, or they can do, you know, with a nonprofit organization, instigate and motivate people to cheat on a loophole and to cross the United States and tell them that they have a humongous possibility to cross to the United States. This is the opening right here, Joe. This is the door right here. This is the deal. You see it right there, Joe? Right there it says Institute National of Immigration. That's a vehicle, Joe, from Mexico. I'm right here in Mexico. I wanted to do this little video for you. Number one, when you're talking about separation of families, clean your mouth, because you were the one that made the cages in 2014. You are the one that needs to be held accountable for the missing 90,000 children that they were missing in 2014, and they haven't appeared. And your administration deported more Mexicans in history to create an immigrational system which they will come back illegally because of the necessity of going back to the United States of America. You served under an administration that invested our country with Fast and the Furious and invested with artillery to all the cartels in our country and our cities. You were in the administration where they bombed more the Middle East in history. And you're talking about now separation of families? You want to talk about racial division? Take all your liberals to your house, Joe. They're in my country. And they're violating the law over here. Take them. Please, all your liberal lawyers, take them to your country and ask them what they're doing over here. All these organizations of lawyers that they're over here, take them over there. The antifa that is over here, take them over there. All your liberal activists that they are in Tapachula, Joe. Oh, and I forgot, Joe, just for you to know, 56 children were detained this past month at the Institute National of Immigration in Tapachula, that is called 21st Century. And there were 2 American liberals outside of the immigrational station asking for the 56 children to be released so they can have custody of them, Joe. These children were unaccompanied children. That's exactly what you're demanding right now with 502 children. Isn't that a coincidence, Joe? Have you talked about that, Joe? Why are you hiding, Joe? Oh my God. The audacity. The shame. You don't have no shame, sir. You don't have absolute no shame. This is the time for everybody to understand that what this leftist, Democrat, radical liberals, what they want to do is destroy your Constitution. It's destroy law and order. It's destroy and dismantle the Department of Homeland Security and also destroy the immigrational system so they can influx and they can destroy your borders. This is what the globalists want to do. They want to implement in our mind fear tactics so we can be afraid, like they're trying to do to you, to go out and vote. to go out and defend your borders and to go out and defend your country. They're not doing it only in the United States of America. They're doing it around the world. Every leftist, socialist, communist, they're doing it. The president of China, Xi Jinping, come out and saying we are ready for a fear tactic by a communist. Karl Marx has said that one of the tactics to take over the state and to take over control is confrontation. That is a communist mind. Fear tactic. And that is what Joe Biden is exactly doing. Not caring about his economy. Does Joe Biden know about international affairs? What's going on in Venezuela with socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro, that he's trafficking metric tons of cocaine around the world, and William Barr has exposed his head? Is he talking about how Iran and Iraq almost 4 months ago threatened the United States of America by retaliating with revenge for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani? Does Joe Biden know about what China is doing with the 5G in the Chinese Sea, where they're taking over a Chinese Sea that doesn't belong to them, with $3.7 trillion of trade? Does he know about that? Does he actually admitting that China has created this virus to decrease the population and to affect the population and to create a collapse and economical, disfigure and economical collapse around the world, to take over control? All these globalists, all these elite think alike. They want us to suffocate. They want us to victimize the people. They want to feel victims. Oh my God, he's a racist. Oh my God, he's a narcissist. Oh my God, he's a fascist. Oh my God, he's full of hate. No. There's something that you are trying to eliminate, Joe, that is history. That is the love for your country. That is the love for your countrymen. That is the love for your flag. That is the love for your anthem, and ultimately the love for God. You're trying to eliminate that from every citizen and from every people around the United States of America. You're trying to eliminate that. And Donald Trump is not going to take it. I, as a foreigner, I understand what you're trying to do. Whew, my God, I'm so awake about your leftist liberal agenda. About what you're trying to do to the world with all these elite and all these communist leaders. Why are you not talking about what is going on in Belarus, Joe? Socialist dictator Alexander Lukashenko taken over by being put by Vladimir Putin in Russia. Why are you not talking about you want to enforce the mask in the United States of America, but you're not talking about what is going on in Berlin and Germany, with 1.5 million people were protesting in Berlin against the enforcement of the mask. My God, you are so unprepared, Joe. You are so unprepared to run your country. You don't even know what international relations is going about. You don't even know about the 5G testing. You don't even know what is coming. Or you know, and you're just a puppet from the globalists. Who's behind you, Joe? Because you want to talk about the trafficking of children? You really want to talk about that? Have you registered all the fake families and all the fake marriages that they have been in the Department of Homeland Security and the Border Patrol? Have you sat down, Joe, with a Border Patrol agent? Because I have. I have walked through the mountains, Joe, and I have bits and I have videos. I have walked through the mountains to show the wall where it's open, where they're trafficking enormous people. Walked through hours in the sun, through snakes, all the way to the top, and show people where they're trafficking. Have you done that, Joe? Have you sat down and talked to a Border Patrol agent how he feels, that he feels overwhelmed every day to be babysitting all these people crossing illegally every day, Joe, on a broken system that is called the Globalist Compact of Immigration? Have you talked to a Border Patrol, Joe? You haven't, huh? You haven't. This, let me tell you what it is, Joe. This right here is a human head. Inside of this part right here, there's a brain. And right here on the left side, there's a heart. What all you globalists are trying to do are trying to take over this, that is inside of this human head. But in the meantime, you don't take this. This is not for sale. When we got this heart, we will fight against all your lying communist people. All your demonic people like Hillary Clinton. All those demonic and evil globalists that they're trying to take over our freedom. That's what you want to do, Joe. If you take over the freedom, if you step all over the Constitution, you take over the freedom of people. The God-given right that we're born free and they will die free. That's what you're trying to do, Joe. So people later on will be like in Venezuela. They will be dying of necessity. You're trying to make people believe and trying to make people forget about being human, of loving, caring with this enforcement of the mask and antibacterial gel and all these hazmat suit and all the social distancing. You're trying to take away love. You're trying to take away caring. You're trying to take away the conglomerate. You're trying to take away socializing with your family, loving your mom, loving your dad, hugging your mom. You're trying to take that away. By what? By this virus. You know what you're doing, Joe. And then when you put people on necessity, what these people are going to want? Water, food, clothing, material. That is what socialism is. You take over their freedom, and then you have them in your hand. And you take them, you squash them, you make them believe that you're gonna give everything to them. What is happening in Venezuela, Joe? In Nicaragua, Joe? In Cuba, Joe? You don't have no explanation. I will roast you, man. I will roast you. God bless you guys. I'm about to leave. I will leave you with this beautiful picture of my beautiful city of Tijuana. Unfortunately, for this idiot, Joe Biden, he doesn't even know the statistics. Tijuana, for the second year in a row, is the most violent city in the world for killings and assassinations. But that doesn't take away the fact that I'm a proud Mexican. I love my country and I love my city. And I love my culture and I love my history. It's a beautiful history, Aztec history. We come from Aztec descent. Beautiful. And we were conquered by these Spaniards. But you don't get me blaming it all day because the Spaniards, I can't move on. No. Get your butt to work and try to do God's work. God bless you all. It was beautiful talking to you guys. Don't let this idiot lie to you. Don't let these communists make you believe that you have to stay home. Go out there and vote in person. Scary right now. I told you guys in the morning, more than almost 40 million mailed-in ballots have been checked, according to the New York Times. Who believes the New York Times? Nobody. So what they're doing, they're trying to do is a scare tactic to make people believe that mail-in ballots is working. So don't believe that. Go out there and exercise your vote. Because if you don't exercise your vote, they're watering down your Constitution. They're keeping you at home. They're telling you that you can't go out, that you gotta be scared to go out because of the stupid virus. That it was made to kill the population of people, to have control of population. Go out there and exercise your right. Constitutional right. That is your God-given right. God bless you guys. It was beautiful talking to you guys. Follow my partner, Real Anthony Owedo, at his YouTube channel and also at his Facebook page. You can also follow me at YouTube as Oscar L. Blue, and you can become a member. And my channel is Oscar L. Blue to receive exclusive content. Also, you can follow my page right here as Oscar L. Blue at Facebook. God bless every single one of you, man. God bless every single one of you. God bless the United States of America and Viva Mexico. Sovereign nations. True love for your country. All these leftist liberals saying that a nationalist is racist. No, you got that mistake, boy. Nationalism is love for your land, love for your country, love for your people. That's what it is. If you don't understand it, if you don't like it, get out. Simple as that. God bless you all. Beautiful talking to you guys. Stay safe. And like we always say, peace and love, everybody. Because always, your country's first. God bless.
We are affiliated, I think, is a step. We're about to be affiliated, hopefully, by the end of tonight. And then the next step to be a partner, I'd have to have an average of 75 viewers. So we're going to have to grow a lot to make that happen over there on Twitch. But, you know, we're young. We're young, we're growing, so that'll come eventually. Glow in the dark dog stickers, that'd be cool.
Washington and Yosemite. 4 yellow 3681.
Thank you, Lexi, over on Twitch. Appreciate that.
Copy, David. No stops. Current 1984 Honda motorcycle out of Bakersfield.
We are growing. It's just a process, and I am a one-man band out here, so.
Metro 3, I'll handle 761 on gauge.
Prior response for 2508 White Lane, suspicious circumstances for Indian male, late 20s, black hat, blue shirt, black pants, occupying a black Honda, California 8, Norm 570, on board doors to the business.
653, copy, California, Chester.
We originally got out here after reports of a power outage at the Paris Las Vegas property. Now, what information we do know for fact is that there was a power outage and that power has since been restored. We do know this for fact. Something else that we know is that the last time that the Paris had a power outage was on a Thursday about 4 years ago. It happened, and since then, 4 years ago, now 4 years later, we have this power outage. That's the last known that we know of a power outage at the property. We don't know it was as extensive, but something we do know. Something else we do know is that there are large crowds of people that we believe are not walking back and forth, are waiting outside. We do not know for a fact if those people came out of the property, but we have seen them just standing there. We are making the observation that those people outside the property are waiting, possibly to get back into the property. Something else that we've seen is we've seen the lights along the Paris Tower on the northeast and northwest corner of the tower have been slowly turning on and going up. One thing we do want to get out there is that there was original reports of the Bellagio that we were hearing, the Bellagio being impacted by this. From everything that we've seen, ever since we've been out here, the Bellagio fountains have been on, and the exterior facade of the Bellagio has had no difference since we've been out here. So we just want to make sure we get this report out there that the things we know for a fact, Paris Las Vegas property did have a power outage, and that Caesars has sent an email out to our reporter on the ground saying that power has been restored. As this story develops, we'll find out more information about how many people were impacted by this and how this happened. For the time being, we'll leave you with the scene of the Paris Las Vegas.
Do you have anything in that pocket? Well, and now know why you needed to resituate your gas mask. Oh my God, y'all! It is RoboCop. Can you guys see him? He is famous as shit. Oh my God, how you doing? Badge number 6, motherfucker. Piece of shit ass RoboCop. You can't even eat donuts, you bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
You a bitch. What kind of cop kid doesn't eat donuts? Yeah, bitch. God damn, RoboCop.
Take your ass back to your motherfucking, I don't know, wherever the fuck they made your ass.
Take your ass back to Skynet. There's more cop presence. They are no doubt trying to go through, investigate the crash.
You want to go on the overpass? Let's just look.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go.
See if we can see it.
Yeah. Vamos!
Vamos!
Oh, hold on. Jesus Christ.
Vámonos! Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, let's go. I was like, oh, wait, no, we can't.
Come on, vámonos. Come on, let's get to it. I know that you can do it. Where are we going? Overpass. Where are we going? Where are we going?
Come on! Damn it! I want to see! What?
What a puss. He's like, what?
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Looks like there's a big-ass van.
Portland Police Bureau Traffic Division.
Oh, yeah? Let's see the accident, oh, yeah?
No.
I told you we should have drove it like a few streets up. Come on, it's not too late. Get to the car. I mean, if you want to walk around the swirly.
I feel like I'm gonna be too late, but hey, it's worth it, I guess. There's no protest tonight.
Where'd my phone go?
Don't be losing your fucking phone. Come on, man.
Got it.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Go.
Oh, shit. Whew. Where's my banner?
You didn't put it on, fucking slut.
I'm gonna put it on right now, slut.
Fucking whore.
You fucking whore.
You will come down together tonight. Probably contacted that guy to harbor definitely.
Hey, what the fuck did you just say?
said you probably contracted that gonorrhea herpes syphilis.
That's too big of a word, mate.
Gonorrhea, herpes,
Gonorrhea, herpes,
and AIDS. And you contracted all that shit. You dirty whore. You gonorrhea herpes syphilis ass motherfucker. Oh, I want to collect all the STDs because I like the alphabet.
Is that for me? Is that for him? Or is that for the other dude?
I used to live way up the street. Oh, fuck.
We can't cross, mate. Whoa, let's go.
You dirty fucking slut.
How? Why?
Your head looks like a mop.
So? At least I have hair.
Oh damn, you gonna hit at least I got hair? Damn. Well, fuck you. I don't overheat in the fucking summertime, y'all.
Well, neither do I.
But I freeze in the winter. Right now my head feels like it just got like a hot ass fucking slap.
Really?
Like not the original slap, but the sting.
The stinging.
Like, right after you get slapped.
Jesus.
Like the recovering sting, yeah. Yo, it's fucking cold.
It is cold. You have a hoodie. Wear your hoodie.
I can't see with it on.
Yeah, you can. Just don't wear it all the way.
Oh, if I'm gonna wear the hood, I feel like the Green Lantern. You have failed, Star City.
I have no idea what's going on, guys. We just got here. The other guys were on scene. Call what in?
This tow truck driver looks like a dopehead, bro. And people are saying this fell off in his vehicle. Fucking, it's not even reported.
That fell off the vehicle?
That's what they're saying. It fell off his tow truck, dude. Are you live?
Yeah.
You know, hey, this fucker is so unprofessional. I want to see how he's gonna load this up, dude. Now he's unloading that vehicle to load this vehicle, and then he's gonna leave that vehicle. He's like unprofessional, bro. You should get on the street.
So, I'm getting information that this truck fell off a tow truck. The other tow truck that we saw that had like no name to it doesn't look like a known tow company locally. I don't know. So they're saying it fell off. Is what we're hearing. So, I don't know if you guys, yeah, you can see it. This guy over here just dumped that car off right there. You know, we saw him trying to unload it, I guess. And it was kind of a off-brand kind of truck, flatbed. But I don't know what his deal is. He's got a nice chain around his neck there. Not your standard attire.
Hey, Kelly.
On for 30, check the welfare, 300 convoy. Check the welfare of the RP, Jose Garcia, rambling on 911, advising somebody's trying to kill him. Addresses via last long within 15 years.
Sound 5, 10, 10.
Stand 5.
Sound 5, 10, 10, 49506, Adam 3 on a silver Silverado at MLK Park.
What does it say in the back? What company is that?
6051, all the fires at the fountain have been put out.
Copy, fires out. Stand 5. Your plate returns. No stops current for a 2013 Chevy. Local.
Sam 11010. MLK Park, 8 Mary, Zebra George 525 on a black BMW convertible.
Sam on attention. I'm one of no stops current on a 2005 BMW.
Hey, yes, but I'm not the one that called. Just say you heard it on the scanner, yeah. Okay, so he is going to try and pick that up, but they said he wasn't towing it. They're saying that he's saying that he wasn't towing it, so we're going to go watch. Apparently there's a female in the truck with them. Don't know anything more than that, really, guys. Hold on, guys. I'll be there in a second. Get my iPad out. Get my bag so I can carry my iPad. I forgot it last time. What's up, guys?
What's up, Jason?
What's up, man?
Also, now I get the story that he was driving. Oh, yeah, look who it is. Your old time buddy, bro. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, we're going to talk. Huh? Here, hold that. Yeah, he's real strict on it. I know that. That's what I was thinking about it.
So, anybody want to venture a guess on how the truck ended up like this?
Hey, let's see how he gets it on the bed.
How did it get like that?
I have no idea.
I mean, that's the number one question on situations, whether it's accidents or whatnot. You know, how did it get that way? You know, unless we have live video or something, we're always asking that question. Or even witnesses. You know, we asked the question of how did it get like that? So he just I guess he can't get in and turn the wheels or anything. Oh, I think he pulled the rig forward.
Looking no dick.
I'm glad you got it, Mario. Sorry you had to make a Twitch account. I was hoping it'd just be simple if you didn't already have one and you just use your Facebook. So this vehicle apparently came off. This is not an operable vehicle. So he finally turned the wheels there. But so the belief is this somehow came off the truck from being towed. I would assume it was being towed on the bottom of the truck, and then the other car that we saw him dropping was on top. I don't know. Cause I mean, the bed, there's not room for two vehicles on the top, you know, so it had to been being towed behind. So now he's probably going to tow the other car below. You guys see the front of the rig? Like it was starting to come up a little bit. It was shaking. Did you guys see that? A tiny little rig. Hey, glad to hear that, Mario, bud. Appreciate the support. Lexi over on Twitch, yes. Well, yes and no. I went through and all my Twitch settings. I went all through Twitch settings. I went all through Twitch settings to look for it, and I did not come across it. I did, however, see a thing that said there's like an add-on thing that has CC. There was like an add-on type thing that was supposed to
Go check it out, Karen.
do closed captioning, but it was like you have to do a big setup and all kinds of
Don't
stuff.
talk, just walk over there. Talk to what? They said it looks like the truck fell was falling off. The truck fell again? That's what my sister said.
Did he just pull over or what? You guys are a bunch of hounds. Oh, he's just he's just strapping it down.
What are you gonna do with that one?
Come back and get it later. He's just strapping it down, guys. He was getting out of traffic. Because he was obviously blocking traffic, so he's just getting out of traffic. He's strapping it down now. But I would have pulled down the road like that too if I had a bunch of live streamers watching So, no, it's definitely not on the bed all the way, guys. It was close. And then it was like close enough and moved. Because, you know, he was blocking traffic, so. He was just getting out of traffic. It's a streamer convention here, guys. Streamer convention. There goes Callie, he's out of here. Alright, we're gonna get back in the car seat, guys. Alright, here we go, guys. We're back in the car seat. So, the guy had a lady with him. I have to assume it's his old lady. I don't know. I don't know. She looked pregnant though. She looked pregnant, and she's hanging out with the other car that was also inoperable in pairs. They don't look like they were in accidents though. They just look like, you know, they're old and the motors blew out or something like that. So, looks like he's gonna run that other car, the truck, to the yard, drop it, and then come back and get this other car.
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Now that tow truck's got to pick up that car.
He's probably gonna drop it and come back.
Alright.
She's just gonna stand by right there.
This poor pregnant girl here and shit.
Yep, pretty much.
Basically, she said that he bought that tow truck. He's just starting the business. They're trying to make ends meet, dude, fucking with that job, and she's pregnant, bro.
So
it's obviously that they're struggling to get by, bro. You see how fucking old that truck is.
Yeah, dude, that was.
But he's trying to create a business and tow vehicles with that shit, and fucking ends up dropping this vehicle.
Yeah, that's not. He's gotta get some work clothes too, man.
Huh?
He's gotta get some work clothes, man. Look.
Like a work uniform?
Well, he's got that
and
chain.
His girl's got to get a work uniform too, right? If she's rolling with him.
You got that chain hanging out, trying to work. Get some gloves, you know, get some work shirts.
True. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, he didn't have no gloves or nothing, huh?
I don't think so.
No fucking reflective vest, no nothing.
But he had that bling.
Huh?
But he had that bling.
He had some bling on?
Yeah, you didn't see the chain?
You told his girl, why are you over there talking to him? Get away from him. Fucking, I told her, I said, yeah, if you want to go back later on and see the live stream, check me out on YouTube, Califia Lives. And she's like, she's on the phone with her mom. Her mom says, she's like, yeah, my mom says she's a TW Lives fan. I was like, damn, she fucking stabbed to the chest. Might as well, right?
Well, you're not getting the coverage.
I was like, shake to the chest. I was like, oh, that's a tough one.
I came around the backside of T-Mobile and some dude was shooting a needle in his arm right there. The backside of the T-Mobile?
Oh shit, he's back. He's fucking back. He didn't even drop the truck off.
I thought he was. He pulled way down there to strap it down to get away from us.
Right, so we didn't watch him, huh?
He just wanted to get out of the public eye. But I thought he was going to go drop it and then come back and get the red one.
I'm not gonna lie. I know how it is to start.
Well, look, he's picking her up and then he's going to go drop it. I knew he was going to take it and drop it and then come back. He tried to do a double toe and it didn't work out.
What's the plan now?
Trying to get on the scanners, man.
Alright, dude, I'm out. I'm gonna go back to the station spot.
Alright.
You gonna go over there?
That guy's in a hurry to get into the donut shop.
He heard there's a donut. He heard there's a sale.
Oh, his buddies were eating all the donuts. That's what it was.
Get one free.
No, his buddies were. They got a whole dozen out there. His buddies were eating all the donuts. So he went to go get drinks. He had to hurry back before they ate all the donuts. But nope.
Sure.
I already ate.
Fucking, I'm still Adrian's fat boy wants some donuts. Hey, fat boy, you want some donuts? Want a donut? You want a donut?
There's code on
What's
SO.
the name? If you want, on me, bro, you want one? You want a donut? Oh my God. Hey, they got 0 sugar. They got 0 sugar donuts.
I don't know who 8 Toes is, but
yeah,
there better not be another streamer.
Where you live? Code 33? For sure.
So,
alright, man, I'm gonna go sit in my car, dude.
Alright, dude.
I got the live.
Sound
man.
is
I'm
better
gonna
on
attend the live
Facebook.
stream. I'll see you guys, man. Hey, I like your antenna, dude. That shit's dope. Right?
This guy apparently is independent, freelance tow truck. That was apparently a freelance tow truck, guys. Apparently he bought the truck, the flatbed, which was like a mini flatbed. You see them over, you know, in Asian countries because all the cars are small, so they make the flatbed smaller. They usually don't see them too much around here, but I mean sometimes they do sell them over here. Where's Sperry Street at, guys? Where is Sperry Street?
6050-297-872 on California, the alarm.
Rexland Acres.
Walking westbound on the south side of the building, Main Avenue and Louisville.
Confirm, got that down, Metro for Metro 3, code 53. Did you report?
Ten-minute drive from here at Brundage. So yeah, we're not gonna go on a 10-minute drive farther south. That's way south. That's too far. If I hear anything about how bad it is, I don't think we're gonna go to the Sperry Street, guys. Country Life, Amy. My dad's doing the country life. They finally got internet out there, but they got that slow hotspot internet. We got a Met team going out. He's gonna have a mental health issue. There was a fire up Union a little while ago, outside fire. Something's on fire. As soon as I rolled the window down and started getting a fire smell. Certainly does sound like a fire around here.
Show me 1097 269.
For one vehicle, passing 2 of them. Huge fans en route. 605 report. Lupia 273 6 report.
Confirming single vehicle.
Affirmative. Single vehicle, single occupant out of vehicle.
Alright, it's a 2T. I'm pretty sure that was the Rexland Acres. So they said occupants out of the vehicle. Single vehicle, single occupant into a, I think they said a fence. Into the fence line.
At 910-4, respond for additional eval in ERA 3 for first of Marissa.
Adam 3 effort for Team Rebel 1906 delete.
Confirming advance to
Affirmative.
There are 2 additional advising impossible for physical juvenile father tonight 7 copy of
If you have an old Note 5, I don't know anything about notes. But maybe you need to update, make sure it's up to date on everything. But maybe the processor is just too old for the newer Twitch. Because I've been noticing my iPad Pro is starting to kind of act like it's kind of acting slow. And, you know, it's a couple years old now. So that, maybe, I don't know anything about Note 5s and those different non-Apple products. But I know just after a while they start to slow down because everything else, you know, everything on the internet keeps getting faster and the processor speed stays the same. It doesn't grow. So then eventually they just get too old to keep going. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully you can keep watching. But have you tried watching Twitch from the browser? So don't use the app. I think the browser should work. I mean, that's the whole point of having it, right? But I know Twitch themselves want you to be on their app, but I think it's a lot easier if you're on a notepad or an iPad or something like that, especially if your note is having a hard time. So I think somebody reported that it was the Twitch app was kind of draining their battery pretty fast on their phone, and things like that. So that could be a factor. But if you go to the browser, I think it won't drain your phone so fast, or your iPad or a tablet or whatever you might be watching on. So it's just something to consider. If that might be the issue, I don't know. Just like I said, it's something to consider, and then make sure the browser, if you are on a browser, is updated. You know, with like the Java and all that kind of stuff. You know, make sure all that's updated because that will affect, especially video. So that, yeah, that will definitely affect.
There's approximately 6 subjects that are surrounding the RV department attempting to call him out for a 242. There's one subject that's armed with a firearm, will be a black male 6'2".
Hey, Callie's got some bread. You guys want bread? Callie said he got some bread. You want to give me some bread?
Unit dropped to Mount Vernon Correction. The RP is now advising the subject was seen with a firearm earlier this date. However, there's no firearm seen at this time. Metro Big Case from units are code 4. Vernon.
Let's see. Amy, I appreciate you trying to get Twitch to work on your old phone. But if you can't, that's fine. I mean, just as long as you can watch, that's awesome. You know, the others who can watch on Twitch, I appreciate your support over there to help me get to the next step there. And then also we'll hopefully start finding more people on the Twitch side who are, you know, regular Twitch users, and could kind of grow the community over there as well. Stephanie, I don't know. Hold on, I'm looking at the map, guys. We're gonna look at the map. Mount Vernon, Quincy, do they cross? I think it's around Flower area. Mount Vernon. Yeah, Pacific's right there, Quincy. We're gonna go over to East High for subjects surrounding somebody's house and calling them out in regards to a fight that happened earlier.
Jacob Pamela on 8, Edward Sam 813, Mercedes.
Well, that's loud. Lexi's on potty break, guys. But we're on our way to a call. But now's the time to go potty while we're driving. Or get a snack or get a drink. Whatever you need to get settled in.
Going to the bar. Big bar.
Where?
Come on.
Callie says there's a fire. I didn't get no notification. A vegetation fire? What, dude?
They're requesting a lot of dozer units. Big fire. It's out on Bina Road near the Tarrant County Waste Management Facility. It's 16 minutes out from right here. You want to go? It's gonna be a long process, dude, because they're requesting an amount of engines. A lot of those engines take a good 20 minutes to get there as well.
Yeah.
I promise you, we should go, dude. I got a reflective vest for you, and we can go and grab some footage. We should be able to have access into it. There you go. This fire is a big fire where it's gonna be hours.
Out at the dump though?
Yeah. Let's just go, dude. You wanna go? I'm going, but you wanna pull me out there?
Nah, my problem is I'm gonna lose the stream out there, dude. Like, reception goes bad.
Just stream on your cell phone.
I am.
Nah, you're good then. You got AT&T. I got AT&T too.
So, alright, I'll see.
Alright, man. I'll see you out there if you do go. Alright, bye.
Alright, you guys want to go to the fire? It's way out by the dump. And I don't even know, like, if we'll be able to see anything. Apparently it's a big fire. Like a, you know, a wildfire kind of thing. Or do you guys want to go see if this guy's gonna get beat up or jumped or shot or whatever's going on up on Mount Vernon?
Out of Victorville.
Y'all advise on 89 on me.
So, Callie's gonna do the fire. You guys can. We'll let Callie go to the fire, and you guys can watch the fire on Callie's stream, and then we'll stay in town and keep coverage in town, and we'll go up here to Mount Vernon on this incident that's up here. I mean, there's a good chance it turns out to be nothing. There's a good chance that the RP is just like not even here in the reality of things. There's a possibility, who knows? But there's also a possibility that something could happen while Callie's way out there. So we'll let Callie handle the fire. He likes fires anyways. I mean, I like fires too, but I mean, Callie really likes fires. So.
What were you 10-10 at YTA? Stand by for the plate.
We'll let him check out the fire, and we'll maintain coverage here in town.
Boy Nora 229 on White Monster.
603, first number only equipped.
6.
I've got a couple negatives on the fire.
603, no stops expired on a 2013 Mazda City.
I mean, I wouldn't mind going. It's just, it's so far out, and I don't want to miss out on anything that's here in town. If it was like a fire that was going to go on for a couple days or something, then maybe like later on tonight when we're like, all right, we're shutting down and the fire's still going strong out there, then maybe I'll bounce out there and get some footage and post it up on the channel. Because I think the streaming will just get crappy. I think the stream will just get crappy out there.
45 report, 517 28th Street, Unit A. Check happens, Valerie, Angelina.
We'll lose reception out there and all that kind of stuff. So if it's still going, we'll go out there and I'll get regular footage out there, and then I'll post it up on the channel, probably on the YouTube channel. So that call is going to be right here. The call that we were going to. Apparently people were surrounding the guy's apartment. I think that's going to be officers right here on our left hand side, guys. So it looks like they're going to be code 4. Officers are standing outside talking. I don't know anything about a hay fire. There was a hay fire. What? Like a week ago or something like that? It was out in the Lamont area?
Beal and Flower on a black Dodge Charger, Oregon plates 269 Lincoln.
We were chasing the pursuit way out there. And then we couldn't even see anything once we were out there. It sucked. You know, we didn't even get to see the guy get into custody and all that kind of stuff. Officers are clearing this, so apparently it's not anything serious. We're gonna cruise down Niles and head back. Get backstage in the area. Hopefully it won't be so crowded around our area, our stage spot. Nice, chill Thursday here this evening. But it was before the sun.
2031 White Lane,
White Lane again. A lot of calls out on White Lane tonight. Unfortunately, in the Southwest on Harris, there was a young man, I believe, that got shot and ended up dying at the hospital. So there was a shooting earlier tonight. Well, this afternoon, I guess you would say. So there was another shooting today already. But tonight, though, has been chill. I think. I don't think I've heard of any shootings tonight. That it happened before we came on. That other shooting was in the afternoon, or early evening, if you will. I think it was before, like, was it like 3 or 4? So there was a shooting, because we've been having like a shooting every day for like however many days, I don't even know, in a row. But I think someone somewhere is tracking it, and I think I saw someone post something like they thought it was like 33 days. I don't know if that was like in a row, but we've had just a lot of shootings and a lot of homicides. It's crazy, and I guess it's been this bad before, but I mean, I just don't remember it recently. So I don't know what's the trigger other than COVID, but I mean, what's the trigger for the increase? Because it's not just people, it's not just like regular people shooting each other. I mean, I think it's going to be, in most cases, some sort of relation to gangs. Not that the victim is a gang member, but, you know, the shooter is most likely going to be related to, you know, a gang or something like that, or whatever it is. But is there an increase? Because I look at the ages on some of the people that get shot, and, you know, they're kind of too old to be, you know, banging, for lack of a better term. You know, so I just like kind of just curious, like, what's causing this, other than, you know, the whole, because everyone's trying to blame COVID for everything, but I mean, I think this started before COVID, and we're just really starting to notice it this year. I think it probably had a, you know, it has a gradual increase, but, you know, in California, we have really, really strict gun laws all over California. It's California-wide. So, you know, how are these guns on the street? So, but, we shouldn't be having these guns on the street, and then, oh no, dude, man, now I gotta go wash the windows. There's a tree on fire near a power pole. Did y'all hear where that was? I thought I heard California.
Attention Sheriff Unit, special attention, current unit, there is suspicious circumstance pending at 11936 Highway 178, case 5454. The second result,
And I'm not getting a notification on Pulse Point, but I probably wouldn't get a notification for a outside fire. I don't do outside fires. Union Avenue. Where is it to us? Oh, it's in front of us. Near 178. So it's ahead of us. Where are we? Alright, let's see. Do I go straight or do I turn? It says SB. Trying to figure out where.
Sam 11010.
According to the map, it's right next to the old carpet cave.
Jeffrey at North Baker, 6 Edward Lincoln Boy 416.
But I don't see any flames. I know I will wipe the. My wipers don't work, guys. I think I see some flames.
No subs current on a 2003 BMW.
Oh yeah.
New York.
What we're gonna do is flip a U. And then we're gonna park on the bridge, and you guys, we're gonna be able to see it pretty good from the bridge. fire went the wrong way, they can't get through. So we are kind of far away, guys, but that's the fire right there. So it's like a tree or something. We're gonna follow fire on in.
I'm in contact with the responsible of the front of this. Information, the subject is documented in the influence of HNS. Can you copy and contact for unknown item, possibly a pole? 41096 will be routed to 273, final progress. You can cancel the 50 square. 4050, Kenny. 4050, copy.
So it's close to a building. And I was seeing the flames come over. It's on the other side of this San Joaquin. Still over.
Can you copy Cal license 91603 William 1? Yeah, 4.
Oh, I could have pulled right there.
No stop expired on a 2004 City and New Congress, 273.5 in progress, 620 Pine Street. Second half is not allowing ERP to leave.
So it looks like some Amber's got the power line that's going over.
390 possibly under the influence of HNS.
There's some lines right there. See, there's some sparks, some flames on the power line there. I don't know if it was Amber's that just got stuck or what.
1020, 1010. 1020. Virginia, Flower, 8, Mary, Sam, Yellow, 021. Silver Chevy.
Gray, just down 1020. Tank tops and shorts, 390 possibly under the influence of HNS. 1020, no stop.
Brian, I don't know anything about a bail agent or anything like that. I don't have any other information other than he died. I didn't have. And I thought it was a young kid. I didn't have anything on the age. The new, what I got was from the news. Brian, on that comment about the Harris. So yeah, I don't know anything more than what the news said during the 5 o'clock. So we ended up getting a fire, guys. Doniva. Yeah, it's pretty bad everywhere right now. I mean, Seattle's like a different story. With the protests and the autonomous zone, but I imagine just like crime in general might be pretty bad up there, just because it's kind of it's sweeping the country really. It's kind of like the whole homeless situation that I think is sweeping the country as well. here locally. I think it did kind of spiral out of control, but there was a thing about the other big cities, like San Bernardino, sticking them on a bus and sending them here. There was a thing on that, and I don't think they were ever able to completely prove it. A news station did a thing on it and said they had some sort of piece of paper, but they were never really able to confirm on the other end, San Bernardino or anything. So.
Mount Vernon in Oregon, Arizona plate Adam John Tom 004, Huntington Alpha, silver and color.
Yeah, Brian, you can't believe everything on the internet. So sometimes they have information that is accurate or it comes true, but you never know until it's verified. If that is the case, that's going to be a pretty bad situation. But if he was on duty, my question is, why was he by himself? They usually work in pairs. Hey, we just watched the fire department put a tree on fire, put it out. Welcome. So we are getting ready to clear here. County has a fight, but I think it's domestic, so they're still in a verbal fighting. Bloodied lip, busted lip, something like that. GTA, it's not San Bernardino, it's just like LA and like the whole region. And then the last GTA game takes you all the way to the high desert. That's where the tweaker guy's from. And then it's like, so it's kind of the whole region kind of combination. A lot of the sites in the game are, you could compare them if you drive through LA. One of the towers, Maze Bank or whatever, is it looks like something in LA where like it's a circle building or whatever. Like I went to LA and I was like, oh wait, I recognize that place. And then Brian, Brian, do you want to type that out, or do you want how do you want to share that information? Just let me know. But that's awesome. I would love a update on Mama from the California hit and run. No, it's a tree, guy. Well, actually, I think it is a power line. I was thinking it was a tree, but I think it was a power line that maybe went up. It's kind of weird. Because there was like no branches, so like it didn't fit the... I was thinking like it was a palm tree or something. But yeah, I think it was a street light or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's a domestic on water.
Q102, section 25, C. Charles, intersection of California Avenue and Oak Street. RP is reporting a possible trash can or tree on fire between the Taco Bell and the Burger King.
Another tree on fire on Oak in California, guys. Just like, wow.
Palsy with Charles 669 on a sneeze on sedan.
6 Metro 224. Engine 3 ECC.
Go on 1097 on tag 672.
601
Metro 4.
Yeah, Amy,
10-6 with 3 in front of the Marriott on Truxton.
GTA 5 is still out. They need to come out with 6 already. And, like, seriously, at this point, just come out with 6 and just let it be online. Don't even bother with the story. But I know some people like story mode. But, GTA 6, I don't know if they've actually released any information on it. If they are, I mean, I imagine they're working on it. Other than that, if not, they're just sitting there sucking up all the money and not doing anything. But traditionally with GTA, it's time to go back to New York because they alternate. Actually, it's time to go back to Florida, to be honest with you. But Florida, the GTA that was in Florida, that was a kind of a retro Miami Vice kind of thing going on. So they can't really go back to Florida. You know, I don't really think there's a way to do it. Like that was the 80s. I think it was the 80s. Because like Miami Vice is 80s, I know that. But like the whole cocaine and cartel and all that kind of stuff, you know, the Scarface, that was all like 80s. So they GTA can't really go back to Florida again unless they go retro and just do it in an updated fashion. Because they've done it before, but just do it updated with the new updated engines of the games and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that would be cool. But GTA 6, they're due to go back to New York. GTA started in New York and then they brought it out to California, and they did a really great job for that time period. It was a really awesome, it was like a, it was retro as well back then to what, like the 90s? With, you know, the rap music and all that kind of stuff, and gangs and everything, and then they, you know, go through the storyline. So, it was cool, and then they went back to New York, and then they came back, you know, to California, and the game that we have now, and then it just the storyline was different. It wasn't just focused on one character that was, you know, a gang member and then move up. It was like 3 different characters and stuff like that. So it was pretty cool. I enjoy playing that game, but I don't like staying on console. I like computer games. There's just more capabilities on a computer. Alright, did you type the update? I'm sorry, I was talking. Oh, thank you, Brian. I'm reading your updates right now. Thank you for the update, Brian. Is she home? Is she still in the hospital? And has she been able to see the children? I'm assuming they brought them to the hospital to visit. But is she still in the hospital, or is she home? Okay, she's still in the hospital. Okay. Hey, Brian, next time you talk to the family member, just ask them how they feel about, just ask them what's their feelings on the fact that I was there. You know, am I like an enemy to them, or is it like they don't think about it, or I'm just kind of curious what their thoughts are. Because honestly, I kind of feel like I want to go meet her and see how she's doing. But I know they probably don't want me to come and like live stream or anything. But I would like to meet her and visit. I mean, she's still in the hospital, so I guess I don't really want to go into the hospital. But when she gets out, and meet her, maybe do something with Suzanne and Joyce if they would be interested in that, because I've never had the opportunity to meet her, you know, for real. So I wonder how they would feel about that. I don't want to intrude though, but I would like to have that opportunity and then bring it back to the stream, and I could share it even if I don't film it, but I could share the experience with everyone. So yeah, let me know just kind of what they think, how they feel about if they've told her what happened, if they know that media had filmed her or whatever. Like I don't know how they feel about that. I'm just kind of curious because I don't want to if they don't like it, then I don't want to step in. But I would like to have meet her, if we could have I don't know how to say it, but I don't want to say reunion, but I mean it's kind of like that, right? I don't know how you guys think about it. So Donna, I'm not understanding your question. If you don't mind, I just want a clarification on what you're asking, because I think I might. I don't think I'm understanding it, so I apologize for that. Do you want me to go? Do you want to know where that stream is, or that video? Okay, yeah, Donna, if you go, there's a hit and run on California. So if you go through the videos, there's a video and then there's also a stream. And I think I labeled it. I don't always go back and label my streams, but I do think I labeled that one. So there's a live and a video. It's kind of like a 3-minute video. I'm not sure how long the video is, but it's more than 3 minutes. Just it's longer than the clip that I sent to the news. Donna, you're welcome, and newbie questions are always welcome. We're all here to help, and yeah, you can go back and look at the the videos, and you'll see the hit and run on California and S Street. So when you see that's the one we're talking about. And so just a brief overview. It was a hit and run. The mother was walking in the roadway, and a car came from behind and hit her. She had 4 children, and I don't know how old the oldest was, but I'm estimating at 6 years old. That was the oldest, and then the rest were younger. I think the youngest was maybe like a 3-4 age range. And so she was walking with them. They were on the sidewalk, and she was on the like right in front of where you are right now. Like, she was walking along right in front. You know, she was partially in the roadway, and don't know why. But yeah, so this car just, you know, we have to assume they didn't see her, but then they kept going. They left. So it was a hit and run. And some other people pulled over, and Suzanne and her family were first. What? They were either like, there was, I don't know if it was like her daughter was in a separate car or whatnot, but she was like one of the first ones on scene. They drove by, and then they flipped around and came back. And her and her family, they started attending to the woman, and we call her mom. And then they also had the kids off to the side, trying to keep them away, because mom was in the roadway still. And so yeah, it was a really crazy scene, and it was very sad because mama was laying in the middle of the roadway, and the kids were just, there was no other people, no other adults with her. So her children were just there fending for themselves until, you know, the good Samaritans, as I call them, or I call them good citizens too, they pulled over, and they helped with the children, keeping them back, keeping them safe, out of harm's way. And then one of Suzanne's daughters, she was talking to the mom, and just, because even if you can't respond when you get injured like that, obviously it's serious head injury. If someone's sitting there talking to you, your ears still work. You know, you hear the vibrations and things, and you can hear the positive feedback, like, hey, it's okay, just keep breathing, you'll be fine, you know, things like that. So so Suzanne and her family, they gave their statements to the police of what they saw, which nobody actually saw the actual accident. And then they moved their cars out of the way, because they also used their cars to block the traffic that was coming down the road. So then they left because they had to move their cars. But Joyce, she had pulled over, and she had her daughters in the car with her. And so she had noticed that the children were a handful, and the police, and they had the police technicians, females, as well as the officers that were male. They got, you know, statements from the oldest daughter who can give the best statement, and then they were trying to get information about, you know, any other family members, and they tried to go locate some family members. They took the oldest to drive her around and try to find their house and stuff like that. But the other kids, the younger ones, were a handful, and Joyce and her daughter, they helped out with the kids until eventually they had to go to well, here we call it the Jameson Center, but it's a home for children. They had to go there because they just could not find any family members that night. And it's a palm tree, guys. It looks like it's been cut off at the top years ago, so it's been capped off. You guys probably can't see that too well, I'm sorry. But yeah, it was a palm tree at one point, and they probably cut the top of it off because there are power lines that are going by there, or at least some sort of lines. But so anyways, so Joyce and her family, helped out with the children as well. And then Suzanne also reached out to someone trying to get an update on the mom in the hospital. And then also Suzanne she collected some items for to help the children, but she hasn't had a chance to deliver them yet. And then also Joyce and Brian, they reached out to ATOD, right, at the news, and had him do a follow-up to the incident. And that's when the family members actually found out that she was in the hospital. So it was viewers that really helped out on this. Yeah, child services. So really it was the viewers, and then since then Brian has been in contact with a niece and has been able to get updates from the niece on Mama's update. So that's how we've been getting updates, and we try not to bug them every day. So we just they've been doing a really good job of like giving a couple days, letting things pass by, and then asking for an update. And we update when we can on the stream. So, yeah, it was a pretty incredible scene, and we stuck around to get a statement from, because there was it's right in front of the I think Mission Family Mortuary, and they had cameras, and they had a little bit of, hey, there's our tow truck guy. You guys can't see it. I'm going to the 7-Eleven to wash the window, but tow truck guy just pulled in, and he's got the white truck still on the bed. Our tow truck guy that we saw from the donut shop, he just pulled in. What is going on? Probably not going to be happy to see me pull in, but I'm not pulling in to watch him. I'm pulling in to watch the windows.
No stop expired on a 2004 BMW out of Ventura. Attention with units, control to broadcasting additional possible DUI driver last seen northbound from the 7-Eleven off of Brimhall, Callaway on a blue Toyota Scion 710 Tom David 202.
So that's the guy with the tow truck and the pregnant wife, and looks like he met up with some other guys there that he knows, it appears. Yeah, he knows those guys.
Contacted RP advising destination 5 minutes partners.
So, and if I missed anything, guys, because I kind of get distracted by driving, I mean, feel free to share if I missed anything, guys. But I try to give credit to everyone who helped out there, and if I missed anybody, just holler, because I might have missed something. But everyone who helped out with that and was involved really did a wonderful job on helping out the family and helping out get the word out there, because it was a hit and run, so we were spreading the word about the suspect vehicle, which I don't think they've ever located. But it was kind of suspicious that a similar style vehicle ended up on fire like the next night, or a couple days later or something like that. So it was a hatchback and it was like a dark blue. But it was really grainy video when it happened. So hold on, guys. Alright, how's that, guys? Is that better? A little bit? Good morning, UK. Welcome, Ryan. Expanded TC in Rosedale and Jenkins. We got a structure fire that's coming out on 18s right now. Where it's right. We should be able to see flames. Shit. Where the hell is it? If it's a good one, it's right here. It's 19th on 18th. It's like a couple blocks away, guys.
That's an route to MLK. Be advised the female RPD because there may be weapons in the residence, possibly a knife. Uncooperative, unknown. 417.
696 out here, almost 99.
Oh, I see flames, guys.
Copy, 175.
Okay, further regarding the 419, the loss is going to be food and other miscellaneous items.
All right, guys, we're gonna. Oh crap! We're switching cameras right now. Switching cam.
Alright guys, we got sound? We don't have sound yet? Alright, we got sound now, guys? Alright, we got sound. Alright. I just want to get a couple shots before they put it out. I hope you guys saw all that. There's a water going on it now. Hey, if you guys like this footage, please remember to donate. We are viewer funded. So lots of smoke, they're putting water on it now, so we're getting lots of smoke over here. Stand right here next to me.
It's been arcing, huh?
Yeah, those arcs.
Got them flames.
It was better until the fire truck got in front of me.
There goes some more arcs.
Yeah.
Come on, step over here so I can talk real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, guys.
John's on scene. There's some more arcing. There you go. You see a little bit of the water being put on. No. It's all in the back.
Oh, there it goes. It's burning now.
It's still going, guys, and they've been putting water on it. Alright, it's starting to go down now. Yeah, they got it now. They're getting it. So you see the fireman, he's hooking up a line to the fire hydrant. You know, they have so much water in the engine that they start off with, but then they run a hose to fill that tank up as they're draining it. So that's that guy's duties. See the water coming through, guys? Making sure there's no kinks in the line. th Street. Putting you guys down, hold on, I gotta look at something. Hold on, guys. Don't fall over. Apparently there's another fire around the corner on 20th Street. All right, you guys are getting a black screen.
Responding officers, be advised the freezer is located mid-campus on the west side of the property.
You guys have a black screen. It's on purpose, okay, guys? Well, let me strap you in so you don't fall over. You guys have a black screen on purpose. It's around the corner on 20th Street. We're going to go over there real quick. Oh, is that a water flow alarm? Alright, I'm gonna switch you guys. We're gonna switch to the car cam. I think it's just a water flow. If it's water flow, it's nothing. It says Kern 4 though. That's county. Now we're gonna go all the way around. Alright. They're saying there's a fire on 20th Street. It's right around the corner. We were at 19th Street. There's a county fire. Okay. We're switching cameras. We're switching cameras. Should be back, guys. Wait for the video to come through.
I see engine 41, or about 30 seconds out, amplified.
Son of a gun.
Once you arrive on scene, switch your traffic provider taxi over to assignment. Westbound Westside Parkway, after alley, Copy, California, 6 Henry George 069. Fulton State, fire's gonna have to access. Fulton State, fire's gonna have to access off of 24th Street. Fire's gonna be reported block at 24th Street.
Alright, okay. Air 1 is around the corner here. I think fire's gonna get on scene before I can get there. They're saying you gotta come in off 24th. But this is like another block away. Someone's just setting fires off like crazy around here. Oh crap. It's like they came back to finish the job. Holy cow. I gotta flip around. It's in the same spot where we just were a little while ago, but inside the property area. Wow, someone literally is running around setting things on fire right in this area. And
They gotta be like on a bicycle or something. Why are they setting off all these damn fires? We're gonna switch cameras, alright guys? Switching cameras. Are we streaming, guys? You guys seeing that? Ooh, smells. Ooh, we got some puppies.
All right, guys, like standard procedure, I'm not looking at chat right now. I will catch up in a minute. Okay. So the police department's hogging the good shots. And they don't want me next to them. That's the alarm to the building going off. A little bit of flame still going through the smoke there. See it? Smoke's coming through. Autofocus can't get through. Wow. Smoke's coming this way, guys. All right, we're switching back to the car cam, all right, guys? Switching back. You guys back in your car seat? Everyone's looking at something up the way too. Another fire, guys. Another fire, guys. On Kentucky, everyone's got it. But everyone can catch the fool. Right ahead of us, just up the street, guys, there's another freaking fire. How long have we been streaming, guys? I think it's gonna be on the north side of the tracks here. We're going to have to cross over. Trying to see where it's at. You said Kentucky. Where is it, everyone? Where's your light? Oh. To the right? Okay. I think it's to the right. I thought you said Kentucky. Make up your mind. I'm so confused right now. I think I see flame. Okay. Sir. Man, there's so much smoke in the air I can't even tell. I think it's to our left. Just trying to find where the smoke is. Here's to Larry. Okay. I didn't hear that. I thought he said Kentucky, but everyone's not on Kentucky. It's 18th Street now. Where's the smoke at?
see lights in front of me. It is on Kentucky, I think, on the other side. I drove by that. I thought maybe it was just part of the business there. I drove right past it, but they weren't on scene yet. So fire is occupying almost every channel they got right now. So it was right in front of us just a second ago. I think you guys might have seen the lights. It looks like it's on the tracks, and we won't be able to access that. So it's way out that way. The road tracks come along. You see where there's a flashing on the side of the building out there. It's gonna be out that way. So we're not gonna be able to get out there.
4243 on Ming Avenue and tag 4729 on Morning Drive.
First one that we started with that was just on the other side of the Truxton, that was only half a mile away from these. So 1, the palm tree, 2, and then 3, 4 back to back, and 5. There's 5 fires tonight in the same area. Person's got to be right here. If they can, Air 1 was above, if we could just get his light on whoever is doing this fast enough. Arsonist running around. Sorry, chat. I haven't been keeping up on chat right now, guys. say hill, it's the overpass. Also, while we go over, I'm gonna look and see if we can't see to the right the other fire that we couldn't access. See if you guys can see it. Everyone's coming back over, so he was just patrolling, maybe looking for a potential. Everyone's got the eyes from the sky and should be able to catch a fire right when it starts.